Okay. Okay. Well, well, hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's like 1 a.m. I think you can actually see it on the monitor. 1:30 in the morning. I don't work tomorrow when I end up taking a nap midday. So my time is going to be overnight and well, I guess early morning. And welcome. So, I haven't necessarily streamed regularly, but I have um still been kind of studying, still been kind of learning. Um, I need to see how this works. Military weapons dark. Military weapons silver. Okay, so it's all right here. So I think all I need is the military weapons dark and military weapons silver. I think. Now what's really funny is the other day, as I was doing this. Okay, I'll bring it up here, but this is gonna be the one I'm gonna learn today. When I was reading the comments, everyone seems happy. It seems like there's a couple of bugs people were coming across, but overall everybody enjoys it. Someone said they actually finished it. That's gonna be my goal today. I'm probably gonna spend like 10 hours doing this, literally in a single sitting. Yeah, this guy, and he was like, "Oh, and I did this and I did that," and so I think this one's good. It doesn't seem like it's got any real major bugs. It just seems like people fuck something up along the lines. So I think I'm gonna follow through this. The funny thing is, this guy uses the same like weapons as another tutorial I was trying to learn to do. This one, the multiplayer prop hunt. But the problem with this is that the fab doesn't have uh any of the stuff this guy uses because
Don't do it.
he got all of his stuff through the back when it was like the Unreal Marketplace, and unfortunately, I guess the fab
You can
just kind
still
of
earn income while learning how to code. But I'm a
crap. I
janitor. There's no experience.
really hate these.
We have
So here he is, and he ended up getting off of the Unreal Marketplace these weapons, the silver weapon pack or whatever, which comes with animations. And this is what kind of really messed me up, was because I was able to follow along to a degree, right? But he had a different character which I couldn't get because it wasn't on the fab. So let me pull up that project and I'll show you. And it was looking real scuffed because I was using a different model which wasn't designed for his specific animations, which was because he designed it probably specifically for that other character. And so as I was working on it, all of my stuff was looking real goofy, but I was able to follow along. The thing that stopped me was that he got to the point where he applied a weapon and his was already different than what I was doing. He did like a skeletal mesh for his weapon, and I did a static mesh for the weapon because that's all I had. I had a static mesh. I didn't have a skeleton mesh for it, and then he was like, "Okay, now we're gonna grab the animations from that pack," and I was like, "Oh, I don't have animations for the specific weapon." So let me see if I can find it. It was the prop hunt game tutorial. So I'll show you what I made and where I got stuck. Because once again, I didn't have the animations to follow along. I guess I could have tried to make animations, like really scuffed animations, or maybe just kind of push through without the animations. I don't know how I would have done that specifically, but and the thing is, like, my character literally is like goofy as hell because it wasn't meant for the type of animations that we applied on it. So you can see he's all stretched. But we got the like the shooting mechanic-esque put into play. I can run around, I can jump, and it's using the specific animations he was doing. So I thought it was really interesting. I still think I learned a bit, but I couldn't continue specifically because I didn't have the specific weapon animations. I'm using kind of this weapon I found that came with this fab set that came with this character model. This character model works more in line. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I apologize, but the character model works more in line with the starter thing. So if I were to go to my blueprints, grab my third person character blueprint, I go here, and if I don't use SKM character, if I were to use oh no. It's animations I'm looking for. Right? Which we set to the APB character. If I were to go like Manny, go back to third person. I think, yeah, he goes back to like normal. Okay. The only thing is it doesn't have, I don't have, of course, the standard animations doesn't have animations for the weapon itself, right? So it's like I'm running around with the gun. But you can see the character looks normal, right? The character looks normal, so instead of me needing to, I guess, create entirely new animations, I can just build off of the starter third-person animations and add onto it for what I would kind of want for my other stuff. But we're going to go back to APB character just because that's what all of this was kind of building up to. I just wanted to show that the specific animations the guy was using was incompatible with the character mesh I got, right? The skeletal mesh I got. But I don't think it's entirely bad. Like I said, I was still able to play along. I was still able to kind of learn. And then we got to a point where he was pulling up the weapons that he was using, which was like silver weapon, like a silver weapon kit, which isn't on the fab anymore. Or well, it's not on the fab. I think a lot of the older stuff just didn't get carried over. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I couldn't pull the specific stuff that he was using. And I was trying to make it up for by finding alternatives, like I did with the weapon, with the character, and then the base weapon. But this weapon doesn't have animations, so I kind of hit a bit of a roadblock with that. But I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. I'm full. I'm full. I just ate 2 burritos. I literally just ate 2 burritos. Did you not see me come in with the 2 burritos? Huh? Okay. What's up, hon? But funny enough, I found another video, which is why I'm telling you guys this, right? I found another video where let me try this out to the side, where the person kind of caught on and found out that the fab doesn't have it, right? No, I think I downloaded this already. What does it come with? What does it come with? This is going to be really important. But you see, he doesn't. I think I downloaded it for something else. It was like it was these specific animations I think that he was using. I think is what this was. The specific animations. So, like I said, there wasn't a way through here for me to be able to get the weapons because the weapons come with their own animations. So because of that, I had to kind of stop. Oh, never mind. It's right here. Character and weapon pack. So I can actually complete this if I wanted to. Oh man, should I complete this? Ooh, that kind of changes my plans because I wasn't even going to continue this. But if since I did get kind of halfway through, I think I probably should. I think it'd be a waste if I didn't complete it. And then I can always come back to this as a reference, specifically because it's designed around multiplayer. So a lot of the stuff that I think I might want to use for um, a multiplayer game, I think would be kind of good, maybe to have a reference point for. So I did the rifle fire line trace. It was the animation. Oh no, we didn't get that far. How far did I get? 140. Right here, yeah, adding fire VFX to the rifle. So this was what got me stopped. This is what stopped me. Let me see what these are. I think it'd be really interesting if I were to try to maybe replace my my goofy looking character with his. This is military weapon dark. So let me see what the other one is then. So because I have cache content, we got military weapon dark and military weapon silver. Okay. I want to see what his files are. Open. So what we'll do, I'll drag it here. But it looks like I can complete it. So I feel kind of dumb now because this was this really upset me. I like a band. I like literally stopped working on it, and then I went to Ryan Laley's video on how to do an inventory system, and I was working on that. And then I saw this YouTube video of VFX, FX, pickup, sound, weapons overview. Okay. Textures and materials. Materials, meshes, textures, vector fields. It looks like it comes with assets. Flashes, explosions. Okay. Animations. Okay, and this is where I got stuck because he got on the animations and I couldn't do animations. So now that I have these, I should probably try to. I want to see if one of these are the character, military character silver. Okay, so this is the character. Good. Download anyways. So I can actually switch out my character with his character. So I can actually faithfully follow the tutorial. But because I'm already like an hour and 40 minutes in, I'm wondering how much I should stick with it. I wonder if I can maybe adjust my stuff. See if I actually truly learned how to do this. Because I think it's just a couple of name changes. If I change the name of the characters, I might be able... Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can do it. That's going to be my goal right now. Let's see if I can update the files. See if I can update these files. All. Okay, policeman. See, I was trying other things. I tried this policeman one, and it ended up being like itty bitty, like tiny. And then this is where I found the PMC one. So this is what I've been using. But to stay faithful and true to what's going on, I want to see if I can actually set up what he has. What he has. So let's now drag and drop. Can I just drag and drop in here? Military character. Unknown extensions. So how... Showcase map, physics asset, male, female. It comes with physical assets though. Failed to import. Unknown extension U asset. Okay. How do I fuck. This guy's got military weapons. Would I be able to drag and drop this one in? Did it do it? Is it? Oh god. I think I did it. I just gotta wait. Yeah, I gotta wait. Okay. We wait. We wait and see. I've got a notice on my right. There's a big black bar. Lots of fill to import. We have some stuff that came through, but I'm going to cancel. I don't like it. Let me see if there's directions. The comment. Update the remove the military weapon character weapon pack I've uploaded to a zip file. You can download it here. Where's APB2? I'm still learning. I'm still learning. I'm actually really upset right now. So my plans completely changed from what my goal was today. Literally because the video I was gonna watch, which was a 5-hour tutorial, came with the specific packs that I needed for a tutorial I was doing that I got stuck on. You wanna see what I was doing? So here's the problem. This guy was using asset packs that isn't on the Fab, right? It didn't. I guess when they went from Unreal Engine's marketplace over to the Fab, because it was an abandoned project or assets or whatever, they didn't port it over. So I got to a part where he started talking about putting the animations of the weapons onto the thing, and my replacement assets that I was using just to be able to follow along, it didn't come with animations. So I was like, oh, well, I'm cooked. So I literally got right here to 140. And I'll show you what I made. I'll show you, and just remember, the only reasons why my character looks as goofy as it does is because these are specific animations he set for the specific character. Okay? I'm just giving you a warning. Because this guy looks goofy as hell. But It was like because I was working on this the other day. Like I said, he looks goofy as fuck. Right? He's all stretched out. But it's because it was for a specific character that he was using that I couldn't get because it didn't. The fab doesn't have it. It was abandoned or something. But I got like shooting mechanics. He's a very long person. And it's hilarious actually because if I were to switch him, if I were to switch his animation class, sorry, let me make a big screen so I can actually see. And I go to one of the starters, he'll look normal. It's just the specific animations we set. So if I went with Manny, right? Compile, save, and then we hit play, he looks normal. It's just once again the very specific animations that the guy's using. Um, he made specifically for the character model, but I didn't have a way to be able to download it, so it kind of was an abandoned project. Longman is better. Well, he's going back to Longman because I actually have the files right here. I got the military weapon with the animations and everything, and I've got the military character he's using. So I'm hoping I can just drag and drop into this project and then finish the tutorial. Actually, genuinely finish this tutorial. I'm just having a small issue of the files are not being recognized because here it is, FX pickups sound weapons overview. So if we go make a new folder, I'll go weapon because PMC was the stuff I was using. We go in. My stuff's gonna look so weird, unfortunately, now, because I'm kind of breaking all of the very specific instructions, but I want to see if this works. Or if it's gonna say it doesn't recognize the assets. Because that's the FX pickups, the sound, weapons, and weapon animations and stuff. So this is what I need to be able to keep following along. Oh, I'm getting a black bar. Failed to import. Okay, so it's not recognizing. It's not recognizing the stuff. Unknown extension .u asset. They all say U asset. How do I fix that? It's supposed to be Unreal Asset, right? .u asset. It's supposed to be Unreal Asset, isn't it? What do I do? Does he say in his video how to make that work? No, he just says he made the zip file. Okay. Never mind. I might not be able to continue this if I can't get the weapon in. I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. To be honest, I just need the animations. Let me go back to my other video.
Starting today, anyone can monetize with ads.
This one.
As part of the all-new Beehive ad network, thousands of newsletters have already monetized.
By the creator, I've
It's
zipped a
about
blanket
to
project
get
with both
even
weapon packs
better.
up to try it for
More
use.
ad opportunities,
Feeling
better
able to
brands,
extract a project and
automated
open it,
payments,
select both weapon pack folders,
streamlined
right click,
processes,
then
and
migrate.
more. And starting today, anyone who wants to monetize
select
their
the content
newsletter
folder.
will begin receiving ad opportunities.
And then
That's
follow.
right.
Okay.
Anyone. You don't need to
Let's
have
try that.
thousands of subscribers. You don't even need to send.
Hello,
But this was the one I was originally going to follow today. It's like the editor file, not a raw asset file. You won't be able to import them. Okay. Let me see what this guy has. So this is this guy's. If I go to content, military weapon dark, weapons. Okay, all these say U asset also. So let me try if I do the migrate thing that he says, right? Let's not get the map. Right click. Import an asset from file to this folder. What does he mean by right click? Select both weapon pack folders and right click, then migrate and select the content folder. Well, you know, sometimes. What if I just right click you? Is there a freaking migrate button? I don't see a freaking. That doesn't even make sense. Why would there be a migrate button? It'd have to specifically know what it's looking for. Let me see. So I'm in the weapon. Import. Desktop. Let's say I want these two. Open. Textures. No matches. Uh-oh. How do I do this? Because they're set up for you to open the entire project as its own thing, not import them. Oh. What? Okay, so what? So I... Okay. You've never dealt with USS before. I was really hoping you'd have the answers here. Okay, so it sounds like I need a 5.5. So if I can get the military weapons, I'm just gonna have to keep the goofy looking character. But I can maybe migrate them over. Let's see what this does. All I have to do is just figure out how to get this over to my current project, and then we're good. But work's been busy, so I haven't been able to stream every day. But I've been at it still, just not live. And it's not like you missed anything. Okay, so we have all of the static meshes, we have all of the character skins, so we have everything I need here. So I just need to migrate, right? So let's highlight animations all the way down to Sniper Rifle B. Right click. It says there's a migrate button. Right here, migrate. Da 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 da. Okay. We're gonna hit OK. We're gonna put to desktop. I'm not gonna name it for desktop. I'm gonna go migrate weapon. Was it silver or dark? Migrate weapons. Migrate weapons. I don't care. Okay, we'll make a new folder. Da, 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 da. I'm just getting all sorts of folders right now. Okay, military weapon. Unreal Engine. Right click, migrate. All of it over here. Desktop. Military weapon, single. If placed in a content folder, select a content folder. Oh, you have to copy and paste it into the folder of your project, not into the content manager. Oh, is that how it works? Okay. Fuck. Okay, so let me find where my folder is, huh? So file. Oh god, it's frozen. Okay, file. Oh. Favorite, new level, open asset, recent asset, save current. So we're gonna save all real quick, but then we're going to choose file to save. All files hold. Okay, no, that didn't do what I was hoping for. Where do I find Okay, it's just I have to relaunch it. I just need to find out where this is saved. Where in God's name would I find? It would have to be. Oh, it's got to be file. It's got to be like open file location. Wait, if I save as? No. Oh, I think I'm being dumb. I think I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. Hold on. I'm being dumb. I can actually close this. We're gonna close this. It's gonna be on this page. I think I found it. Blueprints Advanced Intermediate FBX May Project Files. Oh no, that's not it. That's not it. That's... Gross. Wait. Ah, shit. Project location. Okay, so I'm doing prop hunt game. Please, for the love of God, highlight the whole thing. Don't make this, please God, don't make this harder. Ah. I'm I'm so tired. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. So I have to. Why is there a phone connected to my? Oh, it's the storage. Okay, never mind. I have to go to Unreal. Unreal. I don't want to deal with it. This is so complicated. It's such a nuisance. Such a nuisance. Let me reopen. I'll follow the path. I'll find it. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I can't wait. 6 months from now. 6 months, if I keep doing it every day, I'll be such a pro. I'll be such a pro. Show and explore. Look at that. I found it. I can just right click. That's not. Oh no, this is it. This is it. This is exactly where I need to be. Okay. Content. We can put this here. Military weapons. Oh, military character. These are the ones we need. We close. Wait a second. That actually. Oh no. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. This one is for the other project, the 5-hour long tutorial. This one, these were specifically for this tutorial. Okay, so we can close it. Then, and then open it. Moment of truth. I love how it's such a simple concept, but it always takes me like 8 different attempts to even figure out how to get it to work. Sometimes my retardation is just full blown. No. Okay. Okay. So now, if I go to content, I should have military character silver, military weapon dark, and oh shit. That's not it. It should be. Where's my boy? Where's the dude? Where's FX weapons? Okay, well we got assault rifle. I guess that's all I care about. Here's the thing that was different. So this is a skeletal mesh weapon, right? The weapon I was using is a static mesh. And I was really worried that was going to cause me problems. But now that I actually have, now that I have the actual weapon, we're gonna keep my goofy ass character. I'm not gonna worry about the way the character looks. This is just to be able to follow the tutorial. I know I needed the weapon because it comes with animations. So we're gonna go back a bit. And I can not do this one. Not do this one. We're not doing this one. Not today. We're gonna finish up the prop hunt multiplayer one today. History is over here.
Here's how the average man's life would change if he used Pi for 5 days straight. Day 1, he would
some animations for our rifle.
Yeah, animations. Now, the question is, my biggest question is, should I switch out my weapon that I currently have with the one that he's using? Because my biggest concern is that mine's a static mesh, this is a skeletal mesh. What issues can arise? Have I used Pi? I hate that every single ad is about Pi. Hey, good morning, Gold Cat. How you doing? How you doing? I hate that every single ad is about Pi. Every single one. Every single ad is Pi. It's always about Pi. You're more experienced than I am, Zombie. Is there an actual difference between skeleton mesh? Might have some animations directly tied to the weapon. Okay, so good to know. Good to know. So I do need to go back and switch out my current weapon with the skeleton mesh weapon. Now I think that's not probably not, but maybe. Let's not take risks. Let's not take risks. Because the thing is, he's going to use the animations. Let me see what the animations look like. We're using the assault rifle one. Prone reload. I don't think we're doing prone reload because my character doesn't prone. Well, let me see what he actually uses. Fire rifle, so we're obviously going to use that one. And then fire rifle, hip, prone reload, iron sights. Huh. Okay. So, I need to go back a little bit to when he's implementing the weapon. I can skip over all of the animation. Actually, can I? We're putting this in for event graph, rifle mesh. Oh fuck. Okay, I might actually have to do all this. It's like 30 minutes. As it now loads. Not only am I scatterbrained, but I also get to deal with loading and ads. I'm so excited. Today's gonna be such a good, quick day, huh? Quick day.
Sort of where the character
please God.
is looking.
Yeah, see, this is his character. You see how his animations aren't goofy as shit? His character doesn't look ridiculous.
From the character's perspective.
Okay, so now we're going to go into...
Now the next thing that we'll do...
So he's already applied the weapon for the looks of it.
Now with that skeletal mesh component selected, in the details we can set the mesh. So under the mesh, we can set this to our assault rifle A.
This is what was concerning me. He set to a skeletal mesh.
Added that assault rifle mesh. And in here, what we want to do is drag this rifle mesh onto our character mesh. And now you can see that we have our character mesh.
Okay. So here's the thing. I think I know how to do this. I think I actually remember how to do this. I don't know if I actually need to follow along exactly, but I'd rather not miss a very specific small detail that would probably cause me problems in the future. But let me pull up animations, blueprints, input, level, prototype, military character. Oh, I actually do have the military characters. Oh, I could just completely switch out everything. I know I did some. Hold on, I'll actually let you guys see what I'm doing. Because I'm kind of still scatterbrained. I'm still trying to do my own stuff. So all the animations are the ones we made, the locomotion, that I understand those. Blueprints, third person. So I don't know if it's going to be an easy switch or if it's going to be a real difficult switch. Because I'm not sure if I have any actual... So if I were literally to come here and apply the... mail, so it's this one. Let me see what fuck-ups comes up if I actually do this. If I select them, so now we're using the MW style mail. Now the problem is I know that some stuff was very specific. Because I'm pretty sure this has a completely different bone structure. And there was something where I needed to do the spine. Attach the animations to the spine. So I don't know if my animations are going to be absolutely... Oh god, wait a second. What have I done already? This was an easy fix, by the way. I remember he literally clicked one thing, and it's... Oh. I remember he specifically clicked like one thing, and it just... I have to go all the way back to the beginning. No! No, God! No, let's not touch that. Really, simulate physics? Nope, that's not it. What did he do? Okay, I give up. I'm gonna have to figure out what he... I might have to actually do this whole thing over again. Just to make sure. Yeah, shit. Shit. Shitty shit. Shit. Let me see if I can fix the character. Let me see if I can fix the character. Setting up project and soldier character. Because he had this issue when he put the skin on. And then he literally just made like one adjustment and it was fixed. You see? This character was goofy as hell too right here. So what did he do?
I hired an AI personal assistant to do literally everything for me. I was lazy today. So in the morning, I'd highlight, summarize all of...
Okay. Now right off the bat, you're going to notice that obviously it looks funky.
Yeah.
The character arms are all messed up. And so that has to do with the fact that we're using the same animation for this character that we're using on the other character. So obviously you can see that they're incompatible because of the weird distortion on the arms. So we're going to not use the same animations. We're going to create our own animations for this character. So to go ahead and clear this, under the animation right over here on the details, we can just set the anim class over here to none. So then, now that we set it to none, we just need to compile. So we need to hit this compile button and click save. And that will go ahead and reset the character animations to none. So now we should see our character is in this T pose, and we can actually go ahead and play test this out. So all we've done thus far is swapped out the character mesh. So if we were to go ahead and go to our third person map and hit play, we can see that we have our simple character,
yes,
for the soldier mesh that we swapped out.
What does my character look like if I reset the animations? So I think the problem is, because I set all of my animations for the other character, my current animations I set for this guy is actually just not right. I think is the issue. I do believe I have to actually start from here. Yeah, because my dude is a little his arm's a little his arm's not doing too well. Okay. So I think I have to start from way back here, unfortunately. All the way back at the 16-minute mark. That's okay.
We can actually jump and move around, and it has all the same input controls that are inside the third-person character blueprint.
Setting up the character and the animations.
Now, next up, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and give this character some animations.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously the character isn't running around or moving around. We just have a simple character in the T-pose.
Yes.
So we're going to go ahead and start animating the character, bringing it to life by adding some animations. So to get some animations imported into our project, we first need to prepare our content folder. So go to your core folder and right click, and in here we want to create a new folder. So right click and create a new folder and name this to animations. And then just double click and open this up. And in here, we're going to right click and create a new folder for locomotion. So double click and open this up. And we're going to go ahead and drag and import some animations that I will provide. So you want to head to the lecture notes.
Oh, okay. I'm already seeing the issue. So when I set up all the animations, it set all the animations up for that specific other character I was using. So is there a way I can set these up to be updated? MW style mail. There. File save all. Okay, so that actually updated it. Okay, so I need to just manually update all these files. Shit. Replace skeleton. MW style mill skeleton. Switch out. It's just gonna take a minute, I think. Save all. Okay, so they're all in the mill version. His arms are still scuffed to all hell. But the animations look like they're working appropriately. Okay. Okay. Let me go back to core. Animations. PPB. So these have... I have done work on this, but I don't think any of this is actually going to affect character itself. What I need to mess with... Fuck! How do I fix this? What about the locomotion? Oh my god. How did I do that again? Oh, right. His arms are so scuffed. His arms are so scuffed. So how do I change this to the character I want it to be? That current preview mesh. Fuck. Samples, sample smoothing. I actually might have to generally start all this over. I don't know if I can unfuck this. That's so disappointing. Okay, well that's fine. I think that's fine. I'm not... Because this, I don't think there's a reason to mess with any of this. This is all good. I think what I'm messing up now is just the placement of the static mesh I have that I need to replace with the skeletal mesh. And where I'm attaching all the bones. The animations look like they were working. His arms are just a little goofy. Yeah, that really sucks. It's all attached to this. So I need to figure out how to switch it from this character to the other one. No. Weight, paint, skin, skeleton. These are all just images. It doesn't. Not asking for the character. Asking character skeleton. Damn. Okay, so I just have to delete all this. I have to start literally all over. Because it's taking all of its information from everything based around what this character was. Okay, well that's fine. That's fine. No big deal. As long as I learn... As long as I... Just delete... Let's not. We'll just start over. We'll just attach these to the new one. I think is what I'm going to do. I'll just follow along. I'll stop being scatterbrained. I apologize. Right.
Or the description of this video and download the project files that we'll be using.
I've already
what
got
you
it.
should see is this project files folder. If you double click and open this up, we have a animations folder. Inside of there, we have this locomotion folder. So inside the locomotion, we should have all 13 of these animations. And so we're going to select all of these animations and drag and drop them into the locomotion folder. And it's going to pop up with this FBX import options. So we've never seen this FBX import options window before. Essentially, when you try to import an animation, it's going to ask you which mesh you want to import the animations onto.
Oh wait, no. I already
All you have
updated
to do
it.
is select the skeleton. So under the skeleton, we can hit this drop down. And we want to look for the character mesh that we're using. In our case, we're using this MW Style 1 male skeleton. So this is the character, the military character that we're using. I want to select that. And now that we have that selected, we can go ahead and just click import all. That will go ahead and import all of those animations into our project. And now you should see we have all those animations. So now that we have those in here, we just want to do a file save all. That way we can save all of the animations inside of our project. So if we check out some of these animations, if you open up this jog forward, you'll see we have some jogging animations, some idle animations, a lot of different types of animations in here, and some different directions. So we have things like jog backward left, jog backward. So the character is moving in many different directions. So we're going to take all these animations and we're going to blend them together using a animation blend space. So let's go and do that right now. So if we head back to our animations folder, we're going to right click and create a animation. And down here, we want to select animation blend space. So let's go ahead and select that. So when you create an animation blend space, it will ask you to select or pick a skeleton. So in our case, we're going to pick the MW Style 1 male skeleton, the character skeleton that we're using for the duration of this course. So select that. Then we want to go ahead and name this blend space. I'm going to name this blend space underscore locomotion.
I'm going to do MW locomotion.
So now that we've created that asset, we can file, save all, and let's double click and open this up. Now, this is the first time inside of the blend space window. What you'll notice is down here we have a preview right here in the center of our
Modern Warfare game now.
On the left, we have this asset detail.
Actually, supposedly, what we're making is a multiplayer prop hunt game. Is what we're making. So hey, we're about to play some prop hunt, huh?
Down here at the bottom, we have this graph or this grid. And down here on the bottom right, we have.
I remember how to do this. Let me set
this. The asset
up.
browser contains all of the animations.
Oh fuck! Wait, I don't remember how to do
that
this.
Are compatible with this character. So we have things like our idle, our jog, and what we can do with these animations is we can drag them onto this graph.
It changes a lot of how you do things.
It allows us to blend between 2 or more animations. So the blend space allows us to blend different animations to essentially animate our character moving. So to go ahead and get started, the
Replication
first
is a
thing that we'll
joy.
need to do is
Yeah,
we need
that's
to
the. Let me pause
modify-
real quick because yesterday I was doing the Ryan Laley inventory thing, and that's what he was doing. The thing is, I stopped because a lot of the comments were saying that around like the 18th video, I guess he like abandoned keeping things multiplayer focused, or like because in the beginning it's like he's doing replication for the multiplayer. He's like kind of showing how to do it for multiplayer too, but then like around the 18th one, and then like later on, when I was reading through the they're saying, oh well, I can't do this. There's there's this bug. Oh, there's this issue. There's this issue. I think I'm still gonna follow through with everything he does, but because obviously this dude did a good job, I think, telling me specifically like the purposes of stuff, right? With like the structures and blueprints and all that stuff, but he didn't necessarily show me how to like connect them, if that makes sense. I mean, obviously he's doing it now, but I want to see how like I'm gonna go through with this. I'm gonna finish the Ryan Laley inventory one, I think, tomorrow, and then the day after that is gonna be the 5-hour long tutorial for the one that I found today, which I was actually gonna try to do today, but turns out he was using the same packs this guy's using. So
grid down here. So right now, nothing is set up. We'll need to go ahead and set everything up. So to set up our grid or our graph, we need to modify the axis settings over here.
I
in the
remember
asset
this, yeah.
details. So over in the axis settings, we have a horizontal axis
divisions.
and a vertical axis. So the horizontal axis is down here, and the vertical axis is right over here. So first, let's set up the horizontal axis. So if you expand
Grid
this, you should
divisions,
see
8.
things like a name, min and max value, and a couple of other different settings. First thing that we need to modify is the name. So we want to change the name from none to direction. So that will be the direction that the character is moving. And we need to modify the minimum and maximum axis value. So for our minimum direction, this will be negative 180. The value of
I forgot about this too.
And for the maximum axis value, this will be positive 180. So when we
Positive.
modify these values on the horizontal axis, you should see down here at the bottom, at the direction, we can see the minimum axis value, which is negative 180, and the maximum axis value, which is positive 180. Now, we also want to change things like the grid division. So when I change this from 4 to 8, we should see more of these grid divisions right over here. And on each of these grid divisions, we can drag and drop animations onto these. So that will be helpful in a second. And lastly, I'm going to do wrap input. So this will just wrap the input to match the animations, and we can go ahead and save that. Now we want to set up the vertical axis. So expand the vertical axis. And down here, we're going to go ahead and name this vertical axis to speed. And we're going to change only the maximum axis value from 100 over to 800. Now, if we save that, we should see the vertical axis be updated. We have speed, starts at 0 and goes all the way to 800. Then we also want to change the grid divisions to 6. And let's also set this to wrap input.
I did 8.
I
thought it was 8 and 8.
And now we should be able to start dragging animations inside of here and set up the blend space up. So the first thing that we'll do is we're going to search for our idle animation. We should only have this regular idle animation down here. And to drag and drop this onto our grid, you can either select, drag and drop it like so. Now doing so will place it anywhere on the graph. And it won't be
You're still working on your channel, get ready for your PC. Okay. Hey, there you go, man.
Snapping. So if we select and delete this, if we drag this animation and hold down shift at the same time, you can see that we can now snap this animation to any point on the grid. So if you just hold down shift while you drag this, it'll go ahead and enable that snapping. So in our case, we want to place this at 0, 0. So down here at the very bottom. And now we can see that this idle animation that we've dragged in is playing. Another thing I want to do is I want to click on the show sample names. That way we can see the name of the animation. So we want to go ahead and drag this again. Hold down Shift and drag and drop it. And add this idle animation to each grid division down here at the bottom. So hold and drag our idle animation and click Shift to snap it and drop it down here at each grid division on our graph down here. So we should have idle all the way down here, and we can go ahead and save that. Now the next animation that we want to add to our grid is our jog forward. So you want to search for jog _ forward. So we should have this jog forward animation. So if we select this and shift select this and drag, we can snap it again. And we're going to snap it here in the middle. And actually what we want to do is we're going to change our grid divisions. So under our vertical axis, let's change our grid divisions up to 8.
Oh my
then
God,
we want to take a jog forward and just shift and drag it up.
Dude, fuck this guy.
This up here at our speed 300. So if you select that jog forward, we should be able to set the value of speed to 300 and the direction should be 0. So it should be down here. Now to preview our animations, you can hit Control and move your cursor around. And what you'll notice is we can blend between our idle animation, which is this character just standing here. If we hold Control and move this up, you can see we can place this green marker up here at our jog forward animation.
I do think the animation system is really cool. I wonder how creative you can get with this.
2 or more animations. In our case, it's idle animation and our jog forward animation. So this will be handy because we can tell the blend space what animation to play depending on if the character is moving or if they are standing still. So now that we have our jog forward animation in here, we want to add some additional animations, things like our jog left, jog backwards, jog right, so that depending on where the characters are moving, if they're moving backwards, forwards, left, or right, we'll play the proper animation. So we want to search for our jog forward left and drag our jog forward left to the left of our jog forward. Then we want to take our jog forward right, shift select and drop it to the right of our jog forward. So we should have our jog forward left and jog forward right. And again, if you hit Control and move your cursor around, you can see our jog forward left, jog forward right. You should see those different animations being played. So now that we've added those animations, again, we need to add some more different animations as well. So let's search for jog. We should see more animations. In our case, we just want to add our jog left and jog right animations. So first, let's select our jog left. Shift select that and drag and drop it on the left.
Oh, shit.
We should have our jog left. And then we want to take our jog right and drag and drop it to the right over here. So just place it at the same positioning I'm placing these points at, just like so. And then lastly, we want to add our jog backward animation. So select our jog backward, shift select and drop it on the grid on the adjacent ends. We should have our jog right and then jog backward, our jog left and jog backward. So now we should have our simple direction set up. So we should see all of the direction, jog forward, jog left, jog forward left, and jog backward. Now we just need to add our running animations. And for this, we're actually going to be using the same animations. And so this will follow the same exact setup, but with a different running animation. So for this, we're going to go ahead and add the same animations. So first things first, we're going to start with the middle. We're going to search for our mm_run forward. And we want to shift and drag and drop this here on the center. Now what you're going to notice is if I take my little green marker and place it on the animation,
already fixed.
This animation shows a character running off the screen. So we need to go ahead and actually modify that animation because as you can see, it's not properly set up. So if we double click and open up this run forward animation, I will go ahead and open up the animation asset. And inside this asset, over here on the details, we need to change a setting on here. So all we have to do is for root motion down here, we want to force root lock. So currently this animation has a root motion, which means the character is moving off the screen and they're not moving in place. So we just need to click this force root lock. That way they force the character to stay in place. So just save that and close out of there. And then let's go ahead and reopen up our blend space locomotion. So if we show the sample names, we should see our run forward now, and the character is staying in place. Now we actually want to shift and move this up to 600. So the value for this animation is it should be at direction 0 and speed 600. It should be up like that. And now that we have that placed there, we want to copy over the same animations that we have down here. So let's search for our jog. So we should have our jog forward left. So let's drag that over here on the left, and we have our jog forward right. Then we also want to get our jog left and drag in our jog right. So the same exact setup that we have down here. And then lastly, our jog backward and jog backward. So just save all of that. So that is our simple blend space added. These animations are set at speed 600, and they actually don't differ from the animations that we have down here, which the speed is set to 300. Now we can come in later on and change the value or the rates at which the animations play at the speed. That way it looks like our character is moving a lot slower. But essentially you would blend between, walking animations and running animations. That way the character can have walking animations or running animations. In our case, these are the same animations, so it won't have that difference. But we can add that as a feature later on. So we have our simple locomotion set up. So if you hit Control, you can see the blending between the different animations that we have set up in our blend space. Now, to actually go ahead and see this blend space work on our character, we need to create what is called an animation loop.
This is pretty much the same way APB does it, by the way. Hey, we're already making APB. We're already on the way.
So the animation blueprint will tie together our character blueprint to our blend space.
You know what's funny is I was thinking that on my first run through of this, I was like, wow, this really matches
right
like
next to
the animations of APB.
I'm going to right click and create a new animation. And you want to select this animation blueprint. So the animation blueprint, whenever we create it, it will ask us to select a skeleton. So we're going to choose the same skeleton that we chose for our locomotion, which is our MW Style 1 male skeleton. Just click create. And now let's go ahead and name our animation blueprint. I want to name this to ABP.
I'm going to do an MW
underscore
character.
Because
once again, I've already got my original with the scuffed character.
Save all. And now we can go ahead and double click and open this up. Now, if this is your first time opening up the animation blueprint editor, essentially we have a viewport over here on the top left where we can preview our character and the animations playing on it. In here on the middle, we have this graph. So you can scroll in and out and use the right mouse button to pan around. We have actually two.
Oh, hold up. Because I did this earlier. I wanna see if I can do this basing off of what I did with this one. I got an idle walk. I got 2 idle walk run stations. Oh, never mind. It's the same one, just entry, idle walk runs. Okay, so already it's not exactly looking the same. Is this one? Ooh, why? Where's my animation graph? Oh, right here. New state machine into output pose. Okay, I see. So basically, I create state machine. I just need the state machine. What did he name it? Oh, he just left it nameless. Okay, and then inside the state machine, we have the idle walk run state. Inside that, we already have this running. Oh shit. It just pulled the thing that I already made. Oh, I wanted to remake it. It's just pulling the information from the other one. Uh-oh, I think I'm done already. Whoop. So let's look at the event graph then, shall we? Because the event graph doesn't have any of that stuff. But because I've already made it, I'm assuming I can pull this function and just get all of these, pull this event, this custom event, get all these functions. Oh shit, this is what, greater than or equal to? Yeah, and this one is a simple subtraction. Set or pitch, they're both pitch sets for their y-axis. Okay. Okay. Cool. Control copy. You thought I was gonna sit there and do all that? Hell no. Yeah. Okay. Hey, I'm pretty much a genius. Genius. Oh no. Does this not work? Oh wait, no, I see. It's trying to play it for some reason. Compile. Save. Errors. Nice. Fantastic. What did I fuck up? Speed. Speed. Direction. Oh shit. I think I don't think I can actually just outright copy paste it. These are fucked up. Okay. Damn. Well, I tried. I tried. I was hoping I could skip this. Let me see what, let me see if I wonder if it's because it's set specifically, once again, for this character. My goofy original one I was doing. Let me see how he does it. Let me see what he sets up. Damn. Damn. If make things on EPB sell low money for people. We'll see what happens.
Tabs, we have the anim graph and the event graph. You can toggle between both of those. Over here we have details, and then down here at the bottom we have this asset browser, which shows us animations that we have for this particular character. So the first thing that we'll need to do in here is in our anim graph, we have this output pose node. So to output a animation, we need to plug something into this result. So this little human icon pin, we need to plug in a new animation state into this result to output an animation. So we're going to right click here on the graph, and when you right click, you'll see this drop down of options pop open, and in here we want to search for our state machine. We want to type in state machine, and we should be able to add a new animation state machine. So go ahead and select that, and we'll go ahead and add a new state machine node onto this graph. And what you'll notice is it has this little human pin.
But I got a feeling it just pulls up the stuff I've already done. Oh, this is actually brand new. How did I pull the other one? Ooh, okay. Well, we're good then. We're good. I can just keep following along. I don't need to be a goofy goober over this one. Okay. Getting distracted. All I do. Get distracted.
This animation pose pin. And if you actually drag off here, it'll create a little node or a little wire. You want to plug this wire into this result right here. So now that we've done that, we've hooked up our new state machine up to our output pose. And whenever we make any sort of change, whenever we plug in different values, we want to hit the compile and save buttons. Now, once we've hit compile, you'll see we'll get a little warning just saying that the entry node has not been connected to a state. And that's okay because we'll set this up here in a second. Let's go ahead and actually set this up. So to set up our state, we want to double click and open this up. And now we'll actually open up that state machine that we created. And whenever you're opening up these nodes, you'll notice here at the top, this is like the hierarchy. So we have the anim graph, that's where we were just at, and then the state machine, which is inside there. So inside of the state machine, you'll notice we have this entry with a single pin. And if you drag up there, it creates this arrow. And so if we drop it, we have a couple of different options. And for us, we want to create a new state. We want to add a state. So for the state, we'll rename this to our idle walk run state. So this will just be our simple idle walk run state. So now that we've created that, we can hit compile and save, and you can see that this warning message goes away. So in our idle walk run state, we can actually double click and open this up, and that will open up the state even further. And you can see that we have the signal node, which says output animation pose, and we have this little human pin. So this is the result. And so for this output pose, we want to plug in our animation blend space to this output. But to drag in our animation blend space,
so I was pulling from the wrong animation set.
Bottom right. And we have this blend space locomotion. So you can see this blend space that we just created is in our asset browser. So we can actually drag and drop this onto the graph.
That's where I fucked up.
Now we'll add this green
That's where
node
I fucked up.
or this green blend space node. So what you'll notice on this blend space is we have those two axes that we set up, the direction and the speed. And we also have this little human animation pose.
Okay, so I understand where I fucked up before, right? I was still trying to use the other locomotion. It isn't attached to this specific character. So let me see if I can use this as a way for me. Let's see, this one's using the standard locomotion. This one's attached to the MW locomotion I just made. Which means all the directions and speeds should function if I set it up for this specific one. So how did I do that? So he's attaching a get. Okay, I fucked up immediately. So he's got it set up as getting the direction and getting the speed. So if I go get direct, God, fuck. I need a variable direction. It's gonna be a float. Double tap. Fuck. Direction, float. Where's he pulling the data from? Nowhere. So it just drag and drops it? Let me make sure I'm not being dumb. He didn't click anything in advance, did we? No. Okay. Okay, so I also create a speed variable, which is also going to be a float, drag and drop. We're going to get it and attach it to speed. Okay. Simple enough. He's got the locomotion set up. I don't know. Why am I... Okay. So I remember this. It was very specific. Spine 01. Spine 01. I think mine... layer array element. Layer, so I'm looking for layer array element. Element, we hit 1, we go down. I'm looking for capital spine underscore 01. That way the animation attaches that specific bone. We'll do 1. I'll save. Only thing is this. Why am I not? Do not sync, can be leader, none. Loop, reset playtime. Loop, reset playtime. Okay, so I think everything is the same. I just wonder if it's because it's activated, it's actually pulling it. AO rifle. Oh, fuck. We haven't gotten to that part yet. Oh, no. Do I have it? I don't have it. Okay, I gotta follow along with him. I can't just skip ahead. Unfortunately, we're still utilizing
result or this little pin. So we can first take the pin and plug that into the result. And if we hit compile and save, you'll notice that our character is now playing this animation blend space, and our character is playing this idle animation pose. And that is powered using this blend space node. So you can see that is powering and using that output and outputting that animation to our character mesh. So now all we have to do is we need to take these two values, the direction and speed. These determine what animations should be playing based on this blend space. So if I were to take any of the values, say if I were to change the speed value to 600, we need to compile. Now you're going to see that our character is playing that running animation. So based on the values that we determine in here, that will determine which animations should be playing on the blend space and what animation should be output. So let's go ahead and set this back to 0. Hit compile. And you see it's playing the idle animation.
And he takes variables, right? He makes
but essentially
variables.
We want to take these two values and we want to get our character's movement. And based on how fast the character is moving, we want to plug that speed value into here to power what animation should be playing. So should the character be playing the idle animation if they're not moving, or should they be playing the running animation if they are sprinting? So the way that we'll do that is we're going to bind these values to variables that we can determine based on the character's movement, speed, and direction. So to bind these two variables, all we have to do is take off this direction pin, and it'll create a little wire, drop it on the graph, and we can promote this to a variable. Click on that. And what that will do is if you click anywhere else on the graph, it adds this direction variable.
Did I do that right? Because I like manually made the variables and attached it to this. Let me. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
And down here,
I think it's gonna be fine.
The My Blueprint tab, we created this direction variable.
Yeah.
Down here as well. So we want to do the same thing for our speed. So let's drag off here and drop it on the graph.
Promote the variable. Oh man, don't tell me.
If you click anywhere else, I'll go ahead and add the direction and speed. It'll add these two different variable nodes. We can select and move around, and they are plugged into our direction and speed on our blend space. Let's hit the compile and save button. And all that is left to do is to bind these variables to our character's direction and speed based on our character blueprint.
Okay,
so the way that we'll bind that is through the event graph in the animation blueprint. So you'll notice we have this event graph over here.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store, preloaded.
So if you head over to the event graph tab, this is where we can set up the blueprint logic for binding these variables, such as our direction and speed, to our character blueprint or the character's speed and direction. So in here, in the event graph, we have these.
I might just pay for premium.
You can select them, and you can move around the event graph by using your right mouse button to pan around and zoom in and out using the scroll wheel. But in our case, what we want to do is off of this event blueprint.
So he uses. Shit, I deleted those. Oops. But let me see something real quick. I just get uBlock Origin. My other web browser, the what is it called? Opera GX has a ad blocker. I'm not using Opera GX right now. I think it consumes a shit ton of resources. So I've been kind of avoiding using it. So let me look real quick. So we're gonna go back to my thing in terms of doing the direction speed. So I kind of freaked out, but it turns out I didn't do it wrong. I just did it in a really inefficient manner, manually making them. It turns out I still have to attach them. And this is where the velocity and the actor rotation comes in. Because that's a direction. This is the speed, and this is where he gets speed. Direction comes in from a mix of rotation and velocity, which comes up with a direction. Both go through the branch. This is where the weapon aiming comes in to set the pitch. I'm not really worried about the pitch. Let me do this. Oh, you're gonna go play games? Okay, hey, well, thanks for stopping by, GoCat. I appreciate it. I understand. I'm not exactly doing the most entertaining stuff, I'll be honest. In fact, I'm probably sabotaging myself trying to do this on my own. But I'm learning. Okay, it's gonna be the update animation, I think. Oh, that's small. Event blueprint update animation. Okay. Yes. So his starts with is valid. Determines if object is valid. Why would I want to start with is valid? Oh, shit. Okay. We're gonna watch. I'll just follow along. I need to shut up. I just need to follow along.
Blueprint update animation. We have this little pin.
Try get pawn
hover over
owner.
it. It says execution.
Pawn.
So off of here, we want to drag off of here, and it creates a little wire. We want to drop it on the graph and search for is valid. So if we type in is valid, we want to pick down here this is valid, the one with the question mark. We'll select that.
What does it do?
Now we'll add this is valid node. So the very first thing that we want to do in an animation blueprint is we want to check and see if our pawn owner, so this try get pawn owner, are they a valid actor spawned in the level? So off of this try get pawn owner, this gives us a return value. We want to drag that into our input object. So compile and save. So essentially what we're doing is we're getting the owner of this animation blueprint. In our case, this will be the character blueprint. We're just checking to see if it's valid. Okay, does it exist? Okay, if it does exist, then we can go ahead and set our direction and speed. So the first value we want to set is our speed. We'll take our speed variable.
I feel like I could have just
drop it
figured
on the
that
graph.
out.
That will give us two different options. In our case, we want to set the value of speed. So we want to set speed.
Set speed.
So let's hook this up for the is valid.
And then we got to get the vector.
So if our character is valid, we want to go ahead and set our speed. And to get our speed, we want to get it from our character based on a couple of variables. So off of this return value, we can drag off here and drop it on the graph. We want to search for the get velocity node.
Fuck.
So off of our target pawn owner, we're getting the velocity of our character. So that will return the velocity of our character, and it will return this yellow vector. We just need to convert this vector to a float, this green float value. So off of this return value, to convert that, we just need to drag and drop this and search for vector length. So we're just getting the vector length of our velocity, and that will return this green float variable, which is compatible. So we can drag in the return value and plug that in for the speed and compile and save that. So essentially all we're doing is we're getting the pawn owner, which is our character blueprint, checking to see if it exists, if it's valid. If so, we're getting the velocity of our character.
Okay, so I'm going to take my time with this video, by the way. I want to make sure I learned. I want to space everything out. We're spacing everything out because I'm going to explain what these individually do. So, This fuckface. Does object exist? Or should I say player? Does player exist? I'll say object. Does object exist? This is self-explanatory. I don't think I'm ever gonna need to explain what that does. Get speed of character. Okay. Setting our speed. Okay. Okay. I can do floating comments? Oh, interesting. Well, I think for now, it's a simple enough blueprint. I can just kind of do this. And it keeps things together, right? These two, for example. I think when things start getting complicated, I might do the floating variables, right? the floating comments. But I want to make sure when I come back to this project, I can just go, okay, so how do I make my character move? And then we go, well, I mean, it's already in the title, event animation. Well, this is creating our animation, but you know what I mean. It's like, how do I do this? How do I do that? How do I do this? I want to be able to title it as we go. Okay. But this is going to get kind of, I mean, you saw the final result. Well, that's not even the final result. I only got an hour, almost 2 hours in. And then I stopped because I didn't have the animations for the weapons. And I was like, I don't know if I can continue
Converting
this.
that to a vector length and setting the variable of our speed to that vector length. The next thing that we'll need to do is set our direction. So we want to get our direction variable,
Yes, and
drag
we're going
and
to do
drop
a
that on the
set
graph, and we want
on
to
that. I saw that.
set the direction. So plug in the execution, and for our direction variable, we're going to get off of our try get pawn owner, drag off here and drop it on the graph. And for this, we'll need to do a little bit of calculation. So first, we'll need to get actor rotation. We want to use the get actor rotation node. And then we want to calculate the direction based
Greater than
on
or
rotation.
equal to. I remember
and
that.
velocity.
Greater.
If we drag off of this
Greater
get actor
equal.
rotation, we can search for calculate direction. We should have this calculate direction node. So it will have a velocity and base rotation. Just plug in the velocity and base rotation, and that will output the direction of our character. So then just plug in the output.
This is how we get the direction. Okay. Fortunately, their titles is literally what I look up. They're not custom made. Thank goodness. How to get direction of character for animation. What? I slept all day. I'll be quiet, I'll be quiet.
Or the return value into our direction variable. And now file and save that. So all we're doing is we're setting our speed and direction based on our character blueprint's speed and direction. So that's all that we need to do to bind our character blueprint to our animation blueprint. So now that we're setting these values based on our character's movement speed and direction, we're going to be using these variables in our state machine over here in our idle walk run state. we're using those variables in our blend space to determine what animation should we output based on our direction and our character speed. So now all we need to do is assign this animation blueprint inside of our character blueprint so we can see our character be properly animated. So let's go to our character blueprint, or our BP third person character. And if we head back over to the viewport and select our character mesh component, down here in the details, under the animation, we should be able to select our new animation blueprint that we just created. So under this anim class, we hit this drop down, we can search for our anim BP underscore character. So this anim blueprint that we created up here, we can select it down there. So now you can see that our
I may have fucked up. Hold on. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Fixed it.
character is playing this idle animation, so we can compile and save that. Now let's go ahead and go back to our level here and click play. You see that our character is playing this idle animation, and if we run, playing these running animation, and you can see it's a little bit janky, or animations are a little bit buggy, but you can see that the character is playing a run animation. If we're moving, if I stop, we're playing the idle animation. So we'll just need to do a couple of different adjustments to fix the snapping of the animations there. But as you can see, it is using the animations blend space to blend between two different animations based on the character's movement speed and or direction.
Excuse me, sir, would you like to earn income while you learn how to code?
Yeah, dog. Tell me more about that.
Dev slopes?
Now, next up, we're going to make a couple of different adjustments to our character. That way, the animations aren't playing as snappy and as glitchy as you can see here on the screen. So what we'll do is we're going to go in.
Why aren't I earning income while I learn to code right now? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure it's a scam. It's gotta be a scam. It doesn't sound right.
To our blend space locomotion, double click and open that up. And in the asset details, you want to scroll all the way down so you see this sample smoothing down here. And down here under the weight speed, we're going to set this to a value of 10. And I'm going to check as well the setting, allow mesh space blending. And so this weight speed, this will allow for more smoother blending between two different animations. So if I save that and hit play, you'll see that we have a little less of snapping transition between the running and idle, but we still have.
I also got rid of the gun. The gun doesn't hang out underneath. Okay, oh, it is kind of smoother, isn't it? Okay, and his arms aren't fucking janky as shit as they were earlier. Okay.
Have a little bit of awkwardness when we try and move our character in any other direction. So we're also going to fix that by a setting in our character blueprint. So head over to your third person character blueprint. So in our character blueprint, you want to click on this class defaults. And over here in the details, you want to search.
I think he's locking the camera.
So if you type in rotation, we should have a couple of different settings that we want to change. And in here, down here at the very bottom, we should see this orient rotation to movement. We're going to uncheck that. So it should be set to false. And then down here under the pawn, we want to use control rotation yaw and check that to true. So we uncheck.
Character movement. Okay, I'm caught up.
Orientate rotation to movement, and we checked use controller rotation yaw. So we made the
Hanzia will be updated to application. Okay, we're good.
Those two different changes. Let's compile and save. Now let's head back to our game and hit play.
Now,
and now
he
what
should
you'll
be where
notice
he
is
is.
if I move my camera around, that will rotate the character based on where we're looking. So if I move my camera left or right, it will rotate the character left and right. And if I move, you can now see that we're using the directional animations based on the direction that our character is moving. So if I'm running left, we're playing the strafe left. I'm running right, playing the strafe right. And you can see that now we have our actual animation blend space working, and the directional animations are playing much smoother than before. So now that we have our basic character animations working, we set up our character properly animating, playing the proper animations.
Okay, now we're setting up the aim offset.
What we want to set up next is for this character is actually the soldier character that will need to be holding a weapon. So in our case, a rifle. So what we want to set up for this character is we want to give this character a rifle that they can hold in their hands. We also want to update the animation. That way the character has the proper animations for holding a rifle. And so we're going to go ahead and add a rifle mesh, as well as a couple of more different animations that we can blend with our basic locomotion animation. So you'll need to go ahead and download.
So I should have the actually set up already. If I go over to my character one, you can see I've already got the AO rifle. I'm curious. Oh God, stop it. Oh God, stop. Okay. I'm hoping I can turn all of these animations here, the rifle center, down, and up, to being just... If I got a rifle, these are all the animations. So you can see they're all currently attached to that other character. I want to replace the skeleton with MW male. Compile, save, file, save all. I should switch them all over to that. Now, I'm pretty sure we go to aim offset, set it up for you, AO rifle, MW rifle, my bad, I apologize. Okay. Okay, we're gonna save all. We go in it. That should be the same concept as before. I just need to make sure I've got negative 90. 90. Or if we go to horizontal, 0 to 100 with 4 grid divisions. 0 to 100 for grid divisions. Okay, so all of the stats I think are there. Okay. Now, rifle center will go in the middle. Rifle down goes down. Rifle up goes up. Pretty sure that's what we have here. Let me enable. Oh. Rifle up, rifle center, rifle down. Rifle up, rifle center, rifle down. Okay. Save. File, save all. I think that's all I needed to do. Let me see if I did that right. We're gonna watch it. I'm gonna see if I did this right. I'm learning. I'm learning. Hey. I'm learning.
Folder project files, and in here we should have under the animations another folder for rifle. So in your projects, you want to get it side by side. Go to your core animations. You want to right click and create a new folder in your project. Name this to rifle, and double click open that up. And then with the project files selected, you want to go into the rifle folder and just drag all of the animations inside of here. You should have a total of 6, and drop it into your animations rifle folder. So again, it's going to pop up with the FBX import options. So for our mesh, the skeleton, all we have to do is click this drop down and select the MW style 1 male skeleton and click import all. And that will go ahead and import all the following animations. And then we just want to do a file save all. So all we've done here is we've imported these rifle animations. So to showcase this, if we look at, say, our rifle center, double click open that up, you can see that basically we have this simple character that is holding a rifle. They have this holding rifle pose. So we're going to use this animation, or at least the upper part of this animation, and blend it with our locomotion that we currently have set up. That way our character can hold a rifle in their hand. So the way that we're going to set this up is we're actually going to create what's called a aim offset. So what an aim offset does is it allows the player to move the character's body or rotate the character's body based on where the character is looking. So if the player is looking up, the character's body will rotate up, or the mesh of the character's body, and it will show that the character or the player is looking up, or wherever the player is looking, the character's body will rotate to that position. So that is what the aim offset allows you to do. So to create an aim offset, you'll need the following animations. You'll need a center animation, a looking down animation, as well as a looking up animation. So we've created the center animation. You can see that we have this center animation, have this looking down animation, where basically the character is looking down. And then we have this looking up animation, which is called rifle up. So using these 3 animations, we can create a aim offset. And so we want to right click, and under the animation, we can create this aim offset asset. Okay. So select the aim offset. And whenever we create the aim offset, it's going to ask us to pick a skeleton. In our case, we want to pick the same skeleton that we've been using, which is our MW style 1 male skeleton. And we're going to rename this to aim offset AO _ rifle, and just save everything. Now, before we open up our aim offset, we need to actually prep the following animations. So we need to prep our rifle center, rifle down, and rifle up with a couple of different settings. So the way that we'll prep these animations is we're going to open up each of these individually. So first,
so I do have a question. Quick question. How does he get these animations? Do you use something like Blender, or does Unreal Engine have its own animation system that I can use? I'm curious, because I don't know how.
we're going to open up the rifle center. Let's actually make sure that we do a file save all. But inside of this rifle center animation, we need to set a couple of different settings inside of here. That way we can use this in our aim offset. So whenever you're creating an aim offset, what you'll need is the 3 animations, a center, a down, an up animation. But in addition, you'll need a static animation, which is just the sort of like the center animation that we have here. But all that it is a single frame. So you'll see this frame is just one animation frame, or a simple pose, a static pose of the character. So that's all you need for aim offset. You need center, down, and up animation, as well as a static pose. So if we open up the rifle center,
Is that what you really want, son? No matter how many people you kill, you can't change what's happened.
animation. In here, we need to set the settings. So if you under the asset details, scroll down, we need to set the additive settings. So down here, we have this additive settings, and we're going to, under the additive anim type, we're going to change this from no additive to mesh.
I didn't do that. I didn't. Oh, it's already set to rifle static.
Space. Okay, so we want to select mesh space, and then it will pop open with another setting. It will ask us base pose type. We want to change this from skeleton reference pose. We want to change that to selected animation scaled. We should have selected animation scaled, and that will allow us to select an animation. So down here, we want to select the animation. So click this none and want to search for our rifle static. So that static animation pose that I mentioned before, we want to select that. And now we've added that setting down here. So essentially we want to do this same exact thing for all of our aim offset animation. So our rifle center, our rifle down, and our rifle up will do the same exact settings. So let's go to our rifle down animation, open that up. And same thing under the additive settings, we want to change this from no additive to mesh space. We want to change this to selected animation scaled. And then we want to select and search for our rifle static animation and set it like so. Save that, close out of there. Same thing for our rifle up, double click, open that up. We want to go ahead and go to our additive settings, change this from no additive to mesh space, change this to selected animation scaled, and select this none and change that to rifle static. So we've done that and save that and close out of there. And we've done all the following changes to our rifle center, rifle down, and rifle up. So now that we've prepped these animations, we can now use them in our aim offset. So let's go ahead and double click and open up our aim offset rifle. And what you'll notice, the aim offset is that it looks very similar to our animation blend space. Okay, it looks very similar in which you have a viewport here in the center, have your graph, and you also have something like the asset detail. Now in our aim offset rifle, in here we just need to set one of our graph axes. So in our axis settings, we're only going to set up the vertical axis. So expand the vertical axis. So in here, we're going to give it a name. So we're going to name this to pitch, and the minimum value will be
I didn't do that.
-90. The maximum value will be +90. And then just save that. So all we're setting is this vertical axis. That's all we're going to need. And then in the asset browser, we want to search for our rifle underscore. So we should have the following animations: our rifle center, rifle down, and rifle up. So we're going to take our rifle center, shift and drag and drop that here in the middle. And if we click on this show sample names, that will show us the name. So we have our rifle center. Then we'll take our rifle down and plug this down here at the bottom. And then shift select and take our rifle up and plug that up here at the top. So now if you hit Control, you can move your cursor around, or the green marker, to preview what the aim offset will look like. So essentially, if our character is looking up, it will move the character's mesh or the body to look up. The character is looking down, it will move the character's body to look down. Okay, so depending on where the character is looking, it will rotate the character's body to wherever they're looking. That's all that an aim offset allows you to do. It allows you to blend between the poses of a character based on where the player is looking. So now that we've created this aim offset, we can go ahead and actually add it in our animation blueprint. So the same thing, to actually use this aim offset, we need to use it inside of our animation blueprint. That way we can bind things like the pitch, wherever the character is looking, to drive where or what animation should be playing. Let's close out of there and let's go to our animation blueprint. And inside of the animation blueprint, you want to head over to your anim graph, double click the state machine, open up our idle walk run state. And in here, currently we have our blend space. So we have our animation blend space and then the output animation pose. So what we want to do is we want to modify this so that we can use not only our blend space, we only want to use the blend space for the lower half animations, things like our walking and running, but we also want to use our upper body aim offset animations to blend with our lower body locomotion animation. So the way that we're going to blend those two animations together is we're going to use the node called the layered blend per bone node. So if you right click here on the graph, you can search for the layered blend per bone. So we have this layered blend per bone node. Go ahead and select that. So what you'll notice is on this node, we have a base pose, a blend pose, and then an output. So all this does is it takes two different poses, blends them together, and it returns the outputted blended final pose. So what we'll do is we'll hold on Alt on your keyboard and disconnect the pin by clicking. So if you hold on Alt and click, that will go ahead and break that pin. We want to hook up the locomotion to our base, then the animation output to our output animation pose. And if we select and move these down, compile and save that, we need to hook up our other animation that we're going to blend this with. So in our case, we need to drag and drop our aim offset. So in the asset browser, search for your aim offset, AO_rifle. Drag and drop that on the graph, and that will provide us with our aim offset. So this aim offset, we have this animation pose, so we'll plug that into our blend pose, compile and save. And currently you're not going to see anything actually update or change. That's because we need to plug in a couple of values into our aim offset. So the first thing that we'll do is we need to actually create a value for our pitch. Just like we've promoted these variables, we need to do the same exact thing. So for our pitch, we're going to take this and drop it on the graph and promote this to a variable. So compile and save that. So the pitch will control essentially where the character is looking, and we'll need to bind that to the variable from our character blueprint. But we also need to plug in this base pose. So in our asset browser, we want to search for our rifle static.
How I binge hours on Twitch without a single ad. Meet Pi, the ad blocker that actually works on Twitch, aka every user's dream.
And we have this rifle static animation. So I'm going to take this rifle static animation, drop it on the graph, select this, and plug this into our base pose like so, and compile and save that. Now, currently, we're still not seeing any changes, and that is
Okay. I made some changes. Because obviously I'm a bit ahead, so I was able to do that stuff. So I'm labeling everything. Okay. So from both directions, speed to variables. Connection to the locomotion animations. Promote the pitch variable and drag and drop the rifle static animation. Dispose the AOMW rifle for use. This allows you to dictate where the animations separate. For this example, use SPY 01 for the AOMW and the base locomotion animations, and then output. Okay. For future use, so I can use it as a reference.
Because we need to set up this layered blend per bone. Okay, because right now we're taking this locomotion and this aim offset, we're blending them together, but we need to determine where exactly should we blend these two animations, at what point or at which bone in the character's body should we blend it. So in our case, we want to select this layered blend per bone node, and over here in the details, this will allow us to set up this node. So under the config, we have this layer set up. So if you expand that, you have this index, expand that again, and add a branch filter. So if we click on this add element or the plus icon, I will add a index, expand that, and you can see now we have a bone name and a blend depth. So essentially we just need to specify the bone name of where we will blend or create the blending of the two animations. So in our case, we want to pick a bone that is here in the center because we want to blend the lower half locomotion with the upper half aim offset. So I'm going to, under the bone name, rename this to spine underscore 01. You want to make sure that you use the same exact capitalization that I use in here. And these are just based on the character's bones in the body. And then I want to set a blend depth at least 1. So now that we've made those changes, we can compile and save. And now what you're going to notice is we're now blending those two animations. Now we also want to click on mesh space rotation blend. You want to click on the checkbox, compile and save. And now what you should see is we're blending the lower half locomotion with the upper half aim offset. So we have the aim offset rifle playing out the upper half of the body, and the lower half is the locomotion. And using that layered blend per bone, now putting the blended animation result. Now all that is left to do is we need to bind this pitch variable to wherever the player is looking. So if the player is looking up, we need to bind that the pitch variable. That way we can tell this aim offset which animation should be playing. Should the character be looking up or down or whatnot? So the way that we'll do that is in the event graph, the same exact way that we bound our other variables. We're going to do that in the event graph as well.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
So to set our pitch variable, we'll need to do a little bit of calculation based on where the character is looking or the rotation of the character. So off of this try get pawn owner, this will get our character. Off of here, we want to drag and search for the get base aim rotation node. We have this get base aim rotation. So select that and drag that over here. And we're going to right click this return value, and we're going to select the split struct pin. So that will output the X, Y, and Z, or the roll
Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing more tutorial stuff. Checking base aim rotation node. Be sure to right click and the split struct pin in order to acquire the XYZ variables. Specific construction, so even I can do it.
Pitch and yaw. In our case, we're only going to be using the pitch. We set our pitch variable. And so off of our pitch, we're going to do a check. Actually drag off of the pitch and search for the greater than or equal to. So we're going to check and see if the pitch is greater than or equal to. And so we'll select that. And the value that we want to check and see is if it's greater than or equal to 180. And then off of there, that will return a red true or false variable. So off of here, we can do a branch. The branch.
Building a universal soldier army? Kind of. I'm learning, man. I'm learning how to code and stuff. Learning how to code. What you want made so far? Hold up, let me compile, save. Check it out, boyo. Check it out. Oh, my little laptop. Look, I can run around. I don't have a weapon yet. But I can shoot.
We'll return whether that is true or false. So first hook up the execution. So if the pitch is greater than or equal to 180, we want to set our pitch. So get our pitch and set that. So first we'll set up.
Yeah, you know, it's the beauty of following a tutorial. So he just set pitch.
True. So get is greater than or equal to 180. We want to set our pitch. So get our pitch and set that. So first we'll set up true. So if it is greater than or equal to 180, we'll set that to our pitch.
I apologize, man. Sorry.
So if it is greater than or equal to 180, we're going to get our pitch and subtract that. Do a operator subtract. Subtract our pitch by 360 degrees. So plug that in for the pitch. However, if it is false, we want to set our pitch, set that to our output right here. So plug in the pitch into the set pitch node. So essentially all we're doing is we're checking to see if the pitch is greater than or equal to 180. If it is, we're getting the pitch, subtract that by 360, set that so. If
okay. I'm also writing tutorial stuff, so see mine's a bit different because I'm kind of explaining what the nodes do. When I come back to use it as a reference point, I'll know specifically what they're doing. So I'm taking a bit of time writing these out. Affected by 180, 360. If pitch is not greater to 180, then I think that explains it. Let me reread it real quick. This is merely for the pitch. If the pitch is greater than or equal to 180, then the function gets subtracted by 360. If the pitch is not greater or equal to 180, then the pitch is just set. Okay, that makes sense. I can follow along. Got it. These I don't need. That kind of explains it. Okay. I think it's subtracted by 360. If not, it just runs right into the pitch. Got it.
If not, we're just setting the pitch value like so. So compile and save. That's all we're doing for setting our aim offset. So we're basically getting the character aim rotation and setting the pitch value based on wherever the character is looking. And now that pitch value will be used in our state machine over here in our aim offset. Will be used to determine what animation should be played or where the character should be rotated based on wherever the character is looking. So now we should actually be able to test this out. So if we head back to our third person map and hit play, if I look down, the character is looking down. If I look up, the character is rotated up. So to showcase this even more, I can actually close my content browser and hit play. And so now you can see the character looks up, the body is rotated up, the character looks down, body is rotated down, and you can see when I move around as well, the character is blending the lower half locomotion animations with the upper half aim offset animations. So we're having a blending between those two different animations. So now all that is left to do is we need to add a...
It's looking pretty good actually, to be honest. I'm really happy with the way it's looking. Check it out. It looks a lot better than my other one because my other one had a goofy looking character. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. And I'm really happy with the changes I've made. With the tutorial stuff. Explaining everything. Okay.
Rifle that the character can hold in their hand. Because right now you can see that our character
should be underneath the hat or the jacket. Protected.
Character has the rifle animation being played, but we don't have anything actually held in our character's hand. So we're going to go ahead and add a rifle mesh, download a rifle mesh from the Unreal Engine Marketplace. So go ahead and open up the Epic Games Launcher again and head over to the Marketplace. And
yeah, see, this is the thing that stopped me. I couldn't do this. Couldn't get the character, I couldn't get the weapons, and then he started talking about animations with the weapons, and I was like, oh, I don't have those. So now that I do, can keep going.
And in the marketplace tab, we want to go to the search products and search for military weapon. Search for military weapon, and again, you want to filter this by free. And that will pop open and filter this by free assets. So as you can see here, we have military weapons silver and military weapons dark. So in our case, we're going to choose the military weapon silver. So select that, and we can go ahead and add this to.
Bro, what? This is dark. Once he gave me more dark. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
So once you've checked it out and added it to your library, you can now add it to a project. Again, you want to click show all projects, so we can show all of the projects that we have. We want to search for our prop hunt game tutorial. Select it. It's going to say asset not compatible. Again, you just want to hit this drop down and select the most recent compatible version, which is 4.27, and then click add to project. So that will go ahead and download the asset and add it to our project. And now in our project, you should see in our content browser a new folder named military weapon silver. So inside of here, we have a folder for weapons.
Huh? I literally slept all day. You were playing Marvel Rivals the whole time. Hey, you were. Hey, you woke me up multiple times complaining because you were losing. Huh? Yeah, right. Yeah. 8 hours. I can't come to bed. I'm literally like. Literally, as soon as I got home from work, I went to sleep.
Open that up. You can see we have a variety of different weapon models that we can use for our game. So in our case, you want to use this assault rifle weapon over here for our character. So I'm going to go ahead and add that to our character. So the way that we'll add and attach this to our character is using sockets. So sockets are the way that you attach weapons or items or armor to your character by using sockets. So the way that we'll add the socket is we'll need to go to our character mesh. So to find our character mesh, you want to go to your military character silver, and we're going to open up this skeleton, the MW Style 1 male skeleton. So open up the skeleton, and this will show us the character mesh that we have.
Your future is at your fingertips.
And these ads are
Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of future.
And also the different bones in the character mesh. So over here on the left, you should see all the different bones listed in the character's body. So we have things like the spine, the hand, the clavicle, all the different bones in the character's body. So depending on the different bone that I select, you can see it highlighted over here on the screen. Now in our case, we want to add a socket to our character's hand bone. So go down over here and we want to search for the hand R. So once you found the hand R bone, the one over here, we want to right click onto that bone, and we have this little menu that will pop up. We want to click this add socket. So that will go ahead and add a new socket onto that hand bone, which we can then use to attach different types of weapons or items to the character's hand. So we want to go ahead and double click this socket to rename it. So select that and rename this to rifle socket. Now, whenever you rename the socket like so, you want to take note of the capitalization, the punctuation, the exact naming of this, because this is very important that you use the exact name later on. So save that. Now that we've added that socket, we can actually attach something to this character. So if you select the socket, you can right click, and we should have this add preview asset. So now that we have this add preview asset, we can add an actual asset to that socket. So we're going to add this assault rifle socket. And now that we have it selected, you can see that in our viewport, I put my mouse inside of here, I can move around. We have that rifle socket. Now, one thing that I want to do is I actually want to adjust the camera speed in here. So over here on the camera speed, you can adjust that so you don't move around as fast. But you want to select this rifle socket. And now we can actually move and rotate this rifle around and position it where we want it to be on the character. Now, first things first, we actually want to preview the rifle animation on this character. So up here at the top, we can preview a particular animation on the character. So if you click this preview animation, we can search for our rifle. And we want to search for our rifle center. So if we select our rifle center, now you can see our character is playing that preview animation. And we can actually take this little player and pause it by clicking pause, or by just selecting it like so. But now we should be able to select this rifle socket and actually rotate it and move it around. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change this gizmo to world space. So if you change it to world space, it will show the globe there. And then if I press E, I can rotate it and take these little gizmos and rotate it like so. And if I press W, I can move it around. And again, let's just try and position this the best that we can.
That's how LO adds weapons.
Something like that, and rotate it down. And if you don't like the snapping, you can turn.
Okay, he gave me a different asset pack, but it's the same concept. It's the same size. That's how I'm gonna have it placed. Finger trigger on the trigger. Not very weapon safety, unfortunately, but whatever, you know. I'm not gonna make an animation where he pulls the trigger off the finger off the trigger. Looks pretty good to me, huh? Looking pretty straight. It's not oh my god. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Turn off the grid snapping. So you just click on that little icon that will turn off the snapping. And that will give you more of a precise rotation. And also with our movement, we can turn off our movement snapping as well. And that will give us, again, more precise placement over that. Let's just move and rotate this around and make sure that the character is holding the weapon in their hands. Okay, so something like this. So once you've got it in roughly the best position that you want, save that and actually close out of there. And now you want to head over to the character blueprint, our third-person character. And in here, we can add that rifle mesh. So we're going to head over to the viewport, and under the components, we're going to add a new skeletal mesh component. So select the skeletal mesh component, and we can rename this to our rifle mesh. Now with that skeletal mesh component selected, in the details, we can set the mesh. So under the mesh, we can set this to our assault rifle A. And now you can see we've added that assault rifle mesh. And in here, what we want to do is drag this rifle mesh onto our character mesh. And now you can see that we have our character mesh here, and then underneath it, we have the rifle mesh. So essentially what that is doing is we're parenting the rifle mesh to the character mesh. We're sort of attaching it. Now with this rifle mesh component selected, over here in the details, we need to specify what socket this is attached to. So under the sockets, we have the parent socket. We can click on this little browse icon, and we can select the rifle socket that we created. So now that we have that added, you're going to see that it's up here floating off in the distance. All we need to do to get it positioned properly is to reset the location and rotation. So we click on these little back arrows that will reset the rotation and location.
These fucking ads.
And it will properly place it to where we have it positioned based on where we set up the socket location. So compile and save that. Now we've added a weapon to the character's hand. So if we go back to our viewport and hit play, you can see that we now have a rifle in our character's hand.
Did you see a rifle in his hand? Well, you can see mine better, but that's because I moved the camera already. He's going to move the camera here in a second. And I can shoot. Nerds. Okay.
And so next up, what we should focus on is let's actually rotate the camera or position it so that the camera will be right over the character's shoulders and we can get sort of a camera offset. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So if we go back to our third person character blueprint, what you'll notice in the viewport is we have this camera component, and we want to go ahead and modify the camera positioning. So the way that we'll do that is we have this camera boom. The camera boom is sort of like the arm that attaches the camera to the character. So you can see we have this red line. Such that is what attaches the camera to the character itself. So if you select the camera boom over here in the settings, we can change things like the arm length of that camera boom. I'm going to set this to 300. That will bring the camera closer to the player. And we can also set things like the socket offset. So I'm going to input some values inside of this offset, and you can just copy the same values that I've done. Or
Oh
you
my
can
god. Hold up. I wonder if I can do that. Is there a way I can set it up so if I press V, it's such a... I don't know how to do that quite yet, unfortunately.
add your own offset and play around with the values. I've just found that these values work for me. So I'm going to enter 96.8, and then I'm going to enter 62.6. So I've added a little bit of offset, and also I'm going to modify the location as well. For the location, I'm going to change this to 12.9. For the X, for the Y, this will be 12. For the Z, this will be 58. And so I modified the location as well as the arm length and the socket offset. So compile and save that. And now we should have the camera positioned up like so, and is also offsetted. So it's not directly behind the character, but rather looking over the shoulder of the character. Now if I hit play, you can see that we have this camera sort of position looking over the character, and we can actually see the rifle in the player's hand. Okay, so we modified the camera position, and now we can actually see sort of where the character is looking from the character's perspective.
Oh, wait, I see enable camera. Sorry. Oh, actually, I might be able to do it. I might be able to make a switch.
Now, the next thing that we'll do is we need to go ahead and start setting up our rifle logic. So essentially, we want to give our character the ability to fire the rifle, because in this prop hunt game, we want to essentially be able to find the prop. Whenever we do find the prop, we want to be able to fire our rifle to deal some damage to the prop. So we're going to give the character the ability to fire the rifle by clicking the left mouse button or holding it down. Now we'll go ahead and fire the rifle, fire a shot or a line trace, and depending on if we actually hit the prop, we'll go ahead and deal some damage to that character. So the way that we're going to set up the logic for our rifle is in our character blueprint. So let's go ahead and open up our content browser and dock this in layout. So you want to go ahead and open up your character or person character blueprint. And the way that we'll set up all of our logic, all the blueprint logic is over in the event graph. So if you head over to the event graph, you're going to notice that we already have some nodes or logic set up in this event graph. You'll see things like our camera input, our movement input, and jump. So these are just the basic controls that our character already has set up. Things like our movement input and jumping. That's all set up using these blueprint nodes. So in our case, what we want to set up is we want to set up a simple firing logic. But we'll need to add a new input for shooting. So just like we have an input for jump, we want to add a new input for firing or shooting our rifle. So to add a new input, we need to go ahead and add a new input action. So whenever you're adding inputs to your character, you're going to add it inside of the content browser. So head over to your content browser, and we already have some inputs that are set up when we've created this third-person template. So the third-person character template already has some inputs set up in this project. So to find those inputs, you want to go to the third-person folder and input, and you can see that we have in this input, we have this IMC. So this is the input mapping, and then in the actions folder, we have the input actions. So we have things like our input action jump, input action look, and our input action move. Now we're going to actually take these input actions and move it into our core folder. So go back to your third person and take this input folder and just drag and drop it into your core folder and click move here. So now in our core folder, we should have that folder for input. And so now that we have that input folder moved here, we can go ahead and double click this up and open up the actions. And in our input actions, we can add a brand new input action for our shoot. So right click, and to add a new input, we can just right click and under the input down here, add a new input action. So select that, and we'll go ahead and rename this to input action underscore shoot, or input action shoot, and file save all. And so we've added our input action shoot. What we need to do next is we need to tell the game what key should this input action be bound to. Okay, we need to tell the game essentially that the left mouse button is bound to the shoot input action.
Hold on. It is some funky stuff. I really hate the way. So I've already made it. And I've labeled it. So here's how you create it using the input action shoot, which you're setting up right now. And then fire rifles, start fire. Creating a timer. Getting the camera. This is doing a from server side to client side, or is it from client side to server side? From client side to server side, okay. And then we're creating a line trace there. So that's how we're doing this. This is how you just stop it. I've already done all this. Just need to wait for the next part.
So the way that we'll tell that binding is you go to your input folder. We have this input mapping context. So this input mapping context holds the bindings for the input actions. So it tells us basically what input actions are bound to which keys on the keyboard. So if you double click and open up this input mapping context, and inside of here, you'll see a mappings. So if you expand this, this will show the input actions that we currently have set up. And if you expand those input actions, you'll see the following keys that are associated and bound to those input actions. So for example, our input action jump is bound to our spacebar key. Our input action move is bound to our WASD keys, or our up, down, left, and right arrows. And then our input action look is bound to our mouse X or Y axis. So wherever we're moving our mouse is wherever the character will be looking. So those are our different mappings. So if we unexpand those, essentially we want to add our new mapping for our input action shoot. So click on this little plus icon to add a new input mapping. And if we click this, we can assign our input action shoot.
So I could skip this part. I already have this part done. I don't think there's any changes I need to make. Because it's all about just getting my sense of direction. I guess it's a...
We have added our input action shoot. And if we expand that, we need to add a key to map our shoot button to. So if you click this little drop down, we can search for our left mouse button. So now we have this left mouse button and assign it like so. Now we've bound our input action shoot to our left mouse button. So it's as simple as that. Now, if you were to support things like controller or add multiple support for other different types of input, you could add an additional mapping or binding for other different types of input. But in our case, we're just going to keep it simple and only set up the keyboard and mouse. So save that. We've added that input mapping. We can close out of there. And now if we head back to our third person character blueprint, we should be able to right click and search for our input action underscore shoot. So now we have the input action shoot.
Excuse me, sir, would you like to earn income while you learn how to code?
Yeah, dog. Tell me more about that.
DevSlopes helps you earn income.
We want to add our input action shoot event. So this one right here. So if you add it, you're going to notice that we now have this red input action node, just like what we see up here for our jump input action. So now we have one for our input action shoot. So if we hit this little drop down arrow, that will expand it all the way. So we can see we have a triggered, started, ongoing, completed, and canceled. And then so in our case, we want to use the started and the completed the same way that we have the jump set up. Basically, if we're holding down the shoot, that will call the started. And if we stop holding down the shoot button, we'll call the completed. Okay. So we want to create two different events, one for starting our shoot logic and one for ending our shoot logic. So on here on the graph, we want to right click and we're going to search for add custom event. So we're going to add a custom event, select that, and we're going to rename this custom event to start fire on server. So our start fire on server logic. And we're going to select this event. And since we're making this game multiplayer, we're going to need to set everything up for multiplayer. So if you're setting up a multiplayer game, you want to make sure that you set up all your events, all of your blueprint logic to be able to be replicated and designed for a multiplayer game, because there are certain rules and certain things that you need to abide by in order to create multiplayer games inside of Unreal Engine. And so this fire on server event needs to be set to run on the server. And so the way that we'll do that is we'll select this event, and in the details, we can set this to run on the server. Now, if you're a complete beginner with multiplayer, a lot of this will be completely new to you. This will be new concepts for you, but just hang on and follow exactly what I do in this tutorial. So we want to set this to run on server. So you want to select this event, and in the details, under this replicate, we want to click run on server and compile it and save that. And now that we've created this event, we can call it when we click our shoot button. So under the started, we can drag off here and call that start fire on server. And we'll call that start fire on server event. So essentially when I click the left mouse button, that will call our start fire on server, which is this event over here. Now for this event, since we're firing a rifle, we want to essentially call some logic that will fire over and over and over to create sort of a automatic rifle firing logic. So essentially we'll need to have some sort of function or event that will be called over and over and over on either a tick or a timer. So the way that we'll do that is we're going to be using a timer that will fire off every 0.1 seconds. So off of this start fire on server, we're going to search for set timer by event. So we have this set timer by event. We'll select that node, and that will allow us to specify events that will get fired off based on a time or duration that we specify, and we can set that to looping. So we'll loop over and over and over. So for our event, we need to drag off here and add an event. So drag and drop it and search for add custom event. And we need to rename this to our fire rifle. So compile and save that. Then for our duration, we need to set a time. So we're going to set this to 0.1 seconds. And we're going to set that to looping. So every 0.1 seconds, this fire event will be called. They'll just called over and over and over as long as we're holding down our left mouse button. So this is perfect for some sort of shooting logic, because this will just fire over and over and over, like if we were firing an automatic rifle. Now also, we want to take this timer. So this timer gives us a return value or a reference to the timer. We want to take that return value and promote this to a variable. So that will add a new variable down here, and it will save sort of a reference to that timer. That way we can pause the timer or stop the timer if we need to. So down here in the variables, we want to rename this to our fire timer. That is a fire timer. So compile and save that, and we're just saving a reference to this timer. Now what we can do is we want to add an event to stop the timer. So up here at the top, we can right click and add custom event. And this will be called stop fire on server. So this will stop the fire, this will start the fire. So up here on the stop fire on server, we want to again set this to a run on server. So up here in the details, change this from not replicated to run on server, and compile and save that. Now to stop this timer from being fired off, we want to get our fire timer and get that on the graph and call our clear and invalidate timer by handle. So essentially that is sort of stopping the timer. So select that node and plug that in like so, and compile and save. Now we can just call this stop fire on server when we let go of the left mouse button. So off of this completed. So off the completed, we can call that stop fire on server. So if we unexpand this, we can collapse that like so. So when we call our input action shoot, if we hold down the left mouse button, that will call our start fire on server, which will start this timer. So every 0.1 seconds, we'll call this fire rifle event. And just to see everything working in action, we can drag off here and add a.
Want to win up to $6,000? Join our new trading competition. Compete using your practice.
Print string, development print string, and we can print off a hello. Now, if we let go of the left mouse button, that will call this stop fire on server, which will stop this timer, and it should stop printing this hello. Let's compile and save this, and we should actually be able to test this logic out. So we go into our game and hit play. If I hold down my left mouse button, you can see that we're calling that hello. If I let go, it will stop printing that out. So as long as I hold down the left mouse button, it's firing that event, fire rifle event. It's calling and printing that hello to our screen. So this is exactly the logic that we need for our firing rifle. So as long as I'm holding down the left mouse button, it will call the firing rifle logic. And if I let go of it, it will stop firing our rifle. So now that we have this basic logic set up, we need to set up the fire rifle event right over here. So essentially when we fire our rifle, we'll need to do a bit of a calculation. We'll need to shoot a line trace from wherever the character is looking, and we need to go ahead and see if we actually hit anything. So the way that we'll do that is we'll need to do a little bit of calculation, and we'll need to pass some values from the character to the server. So since this is a multiplayer game, we'll have to set everything up to ensure that everything is replicated and is set up for multiplayer. So down here under our fire rifle, we're going to right click and add another event, add custom event, and we'll rename this to get client camera rotation. So we'll need to get the client's camera rotation, basically where the character is looking on the client, and pass that to the server to do some calculation on the server. So we'll need to select this event. We want to change the details, replicates. We want to set this to run on owning client. So this will run on the client. So the reason why we're doing this on the client is we need to get the client's camera rotation, because that type of information is only stored on the client, rotation of the camera. And we want to pass that value to the server where we can do the calculation for our line trace. So off of our fire rifle event, we can delete this print string and now call our get client camera rotation and compile save. So now we're calling this event down here. And so now this event, what we want to do is we need to get our camera. So we're going to get our follow camera. is our camera component. Get that on the graph, and off of there we want to get the world rotation. Call the node get world rotation, and we're getting the rotation of our camera, and that will return the value. And then we want to call another event on the server so we can pass this variable, this value, to the server. So right below it, we're going to right click and add custom event, and rename this to line trace on server. And select this event and set this to run on server. And also we'll need to add an input to pass this value over. So under the inputs, we can click this plus icon, and that will allow us to input a variable that we can pass from the client to the server. So under the inputs, we want to change this to this rotator input. So change this variable from a Boolean to a rotator and rename this input to rotation. So compile and save that. And now off of this get client camera rotation, we can call that event line trace on server. So now we can plug in the return value to the rotation. And now what we're doing is we're getting the camera rotation on the client, and we're passing that value to the server by calling this event. And now on the server, we have access to that rotation value. Now, the last thing that we'll do is we're going to create a function that will store the logic for our line trace. So if you never used functions before, essentially a function is sort of like a collapsed graph of Blueprint nodes. So to create a new function over here on the My Blueprint tab, we have functions. We can click on this plus icon to create a new function. And for this function, I'm going to name this F for function rifle line trace. So our function rifle line trace. So this function will need to have one input for our rotation. So if you select,
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products.
This function node, under the inputs, we can click on this plus icon.
What's up, bud? I'm learning how to make a game, man. What do you mean, what the fuck? I'm making a game. Check it out. Check it out. I made a character. He can run around. I got animations. And he can shoot. That's where we're at right now. He's still finishing up that bit of code because I'm a bit ahead. He's basically creating this right now. The trace lines. Okay. Yep.
And that will add a rotator input. Or if you don't have the rotator input, you can change this to the rotator input and rename this input to rotation. So compile and save. And to get back to our event graph, we can go back to our event graph by clicking the tab over here. And we can call that function that we created. So if you, under the functions, drag that function onto the graph, you can call that function, hook up the execution, and also
APB Reload 2.0. That's basically what I'm doing, man. That's basically the goal. Hopefully by the end of the year I have a game, maybe not the customization side of it, but if I can get the so the goal is to have the like random location generation for the map, like a mission objectives kind of thing, and then to have a third person thing, and then I also want to have like NPCs. So it'd be like you would spawn in, you can press K, you get missions, and then you play against like bots. That's my goal. That's my goal for this year. That's what I want to be able to do.
Up the rotation.
We'll see. We'll see if I can do it.
Now to recap, what we're doing is when we're calling that fire rifle event, we're calling this
But I'm learning from scratch.
Rotation.
Literally from scratch.
Just getting the rotation of our camera on the client. We're passing that to the server. then we're calling this function, we're passing that value of the rotation to the function itself. So we double click this function, that will open the function.
And what I'm making right now, because this is a 4 hour long video, we're making a prop hunt game, a multiplayer prop hunt game. And I figured this would be really good for me to figure out how to do like shooting mechanics for multiplayer. And to actually be able to like have a general understanding on how to make a game, I guess.
And inside of this function, this is where we're going to do the line trace logic. So inside of here, we're going to right click and search for the line trace by channel. So we have this align trace by channel node. We'll select that. So this align trace by channel will fire off a line trace to check and see if we actually hit anything on our screen. So this is very common in shooter games where you're trying to shoot and see if you hit an object. Often in first-person shooter games, you're going to be using the line trace by channel node to see if you actually hit anything on your screen. So first things first, let's hook up the execution. So the execution like so. So for our line trace by channel node, we need to specify a start and end location. So basically, we're going to do a little bit of calculation to determine where we should fire off our line trace. And where we're going to fire it off is based on the character's camera position. So we're going to take our camera, our follow camera, and get that on the graph. And then we're going to drag up there and get the world location, get world location of that camera, and take that and plug that in for the start location. Then for the end location, we're going to do a little bit of math to calculate essentially where we should do the end of our line trace. So off of our rotation, we're going to drag off here and get forward vector.
Give me a mug of your finest. You got it.
We're going to get the forward vector of our rotation, and that will return a vector or this yellow value. And then based on that, we're going to multiply this to a multiply. We have a operator multiply. We're going to multiply this by a float. So down here in our variables, we're going to add a new variable and rename this to bullet distance. And so this will determine how far our bullet should fire, or how far our line trace should fire off. And we want to change this bullet distance variable from a Boolean to a float and compile and save that. So now that we've compiled the variable, we can set the default value of this distance, so of the bullet distance. And we're going to set this to something like 10,000. So that will be how far our line trace can go. Then take this bullet distance variable and get that on the graph and plug that in for our multiply. So we're multiplying the rotation forward vector by our bullet distance. And then we're going to take our return value and add to a add operator, add our start location with our bullet distance multiplied by our forward vector. And that will essentially give us our end location. So essentially, we're calculating our start and end position for our line trace.
Okay, I'm caught up.
And now we should be able to actually...
Okay, we're officially caught up. This is where he stopped. 1 minute 40 mark. Time to learn. Time for me to actually learn some new stuff now.
See this in action. Now, some other couple of settings that we need to change. We need to change this from trace visibility. We want to change this to camera since we're doing this trace from the camera position. We also want to trace to complex. That way we can actually hit the character mesh. And then we're going to draw a debug. So under this draw debug type, we want to set this for duration. That way we can actually see the line trace that we're doing. So compile and save that. And now we should be able to see this happening in action. So I go ahead and hit play. I can left mouse button. You can see that we're firing off this line trace every 0.1 seconds, as long as I hold down the left mouse button. So if I stop holding down the left mouse button, we're not firing the line trace anymore. If I start holding it down, we're firing the line trace. Now this is happening exactly where the camera is looking, or the center of the camera position. So basically, let's say that's the center of our camera. It's going to fire a trace directly in the center. So later on, we're going to add things like a crosshair in the center of the screen. But basically, the line trace is firing off from the center of the camera's position. And this little red box is where the line trace hits. Okay, so if we hit something, you'll see that red box. So currently we're hitting the ground. If I fire it off into the sky, you can see that we're not actually hitting anything, but if I fire it down into the ground, you can see that we're actually hitting this wall right here. So that is our basic line trace logic for our firing rifle. Now what we want to set up next is, other than the line trace, the character doesn't really know if they're firing the rifle because there's no sound, there's no animation that's being played. So what we want to set up next is we want to set up some sound and some particle effects to show that the player is actually firing the rifle. So let's go ahead and set that up now. So in our content browser, let's go ahead and open this up and dock this in the layout. If we go to our military weapon silver, weapons, we should have a folder called animations. So if we double click and open that up, we have some animations for our rifle. So we have this fire rifle _W. If you open this up, you're going to see that we have this fire rifle animation. And so if we move this animation or play the animation, you can see that we're firing off this particle effect. Yeah, this particle effect that's playing, as well as a fire sound. So this is already set up for us, the animation itself. And they're using these muzzle flash and fire cue sound to play not only the particle effect.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending...
But the sound as well. So this is already set up for us. All we need to do is play this animation whenever we fire our rifle. So you want to head over to your third-person character. And in the event graph, you want to add a new event for playing that animation so that it can play that particle effect. So whenever you want to play particle effects or sounds in a multiplayer game, you need to add an event that will run on all clients, or is called a multicast. We want to right click and add another custom event. Just type in add custom event. And we're going to rename this to our multicast fire event, or our multicast fire rifle event. So select this event. We're going to change this from not replicated to a multicast. Compile and save. Now all we want to do is we want to get our rifle mesh. So that is our rifle mesh component. I want to get that on the graph and drag up here and call the play animation node. So we have this play animation. We'll select that and hook up the execution. And for our animation asset to play, hit the drop down and search for our fire _rifle _W, that animation that we just inspected, and compile and save that. Now all we need to do is call this multicast fire rifle event inside of our line trace event. So go to your line trace function, and inside of here, we can, right after we do our line trace, we can call that multicast fire event. So compile and save, and now we should be able to see that animation be played when we fire our rifle. So it should play this animation on our rifle mesh, which includes both the fire effects, the muzzle flash, as well as the sound. So we go in here and hit play. I hold my left mouse button down. You can see that we have the particle effect being played.
Very nice, very nice.
As well as the sound cue. Now the player knows that the rifle is actually being fired off, and we have a visual representation of that. We'll head back to your third-person character. The next thing that we want to do is going to add some hit effects. So essentially, if our line trace hits something, if it hits a wall, or if it hits the player, or anything on the ground, you just want to play a little particle hit effect. So the same thing that we did our multicast fire event, we want to add another multicast event for our particle hit. So I'm going to right click and search for add custom event and rename this to multicast hit FX. And we're going to change this from not replicated to multicast and compile save and select this event. We also want to add an input because we need to know where to play this particle effect at, the location. So add a new input. You want to change this from a rotator to a vector and rename this to our impact point. Basically the location where we should play this hit effect. So compile and save. Now off of this execution, we can call the node spawn emitter at location. So what this node will do is it will spawn sort of a particle effect at the given location. So under the emitter template, we can choose a particle effect. As you can see, there are some particle effects already included. And these are ones that come included with the military weapon silver, the asset that we downloaded from the marketplace. So in our case, we're going to use this P impact stone large. So this particle effect. And for the location, we're going to plug in our location like so. And then we can just compile and save that. Then we just need to call this multicast hit effects event inside of our fire line trace function. So double click, open up that function. And the way that we're going to call this multicast event is only if we actually hit the ground or some sort of surface. So what you'll notice is off this line trace, we have the out hit and also the return value, whether or not we hit something. So off of this return value, we can do a branch. And that will return whether or not we actually hit something. So if we do hit something, the true will get called. If we do not hit something, this false will be called. So if we do hit something, we'll just call our multicast hit FX. And for the impact point, we need to get that from our hit result. So off of this out hit, we drag up here, we can break the hit result. And that will give us some details based on the line trace that we did. So if you expand this, that will return things like the impact point, the location, if we actually hit something, all the details about that. So in our case, we want to take the impact point and plug that in for our impact point. So we can go ahead and unexpand that or collapse it and just compile and save that. So essentially, we're checking to see if we actually hit something. If we do, we call our multicast hit effect. And we're getting that impact point of where we hit that thing with our line trace and passing it to our hit effects event, which on the graph we spawn a emitter at the location or at the impact point. Now let's hit play, and if I left click, you can see that wherever we shoot,
oh yeah, we get the smoke. Oh. And my game freezes. Very nice. Very nice, very nice.
We'll play this sort of dust particle effect at the location. And just to visualize this better,
your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity.
We could turn off our line trace. If we go to our line trace function, select our line trace by channel, we can set this draw debug type to none, compile and save. And now we should just see the impact location particle effect.
That's so satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. APP3. I haven't even done APP2 yet. It's coming together though, huh? It's coming together. Okay, so now we're doing the prop hunt character.
So now that we have some simple particle effects and we have a line trace function, what we want to set up next is we're going to need to set up the prop hunt character blueprints that will serve as the actual prop that the player has to hunt, as well as the prop hunt character abilities. So basically the prop will be able to morph into any other prop, and they'll be able to spawn fake props to sort of throw off the hunters. So let's go ahead and get started with setting up the prop hunt character blueprint. So let's go to our content browser, and in our core folder, we're going to go to the blueprints folder. And to create our prop hunt character blueprint, we're actually just going to duplicate our third-person character blueprint, because our character blueprint already has the basic movement set up. So we're just going to use the same exact logic and save us some time by duplicating the character blueprint. So I'm going to right-click and duplicate this and rename this to BP_prop character. So now double-click and open up the prop character. So make sure that this is the prop character. And in here, we're going to select all of these nodes. These shoot node, the stop fire. We don't need any of this logic since this is the prop, and delete that. We only want the movement input nodes. So compile and save that. And it looks like we're going to get a couple of different errors here. We also want to delete the function, this fire line trace function. Delete that and compile save. And also we can delete the fire timer and the bullet distance variables. So compile and save that. So this prop character should only have these movement inputs. And also if you head over to the viewport, we can select this rifle mesh and delete that. And for our character mesh, we're going to go ahead and remove this character mesh. So select this mesh, and under the mesh down here in the details, we can set this to clear it out. And so essentially we should have this empty character blueprint. Now for our character mesh, we're going to need to download some Unreal Engine Marketplace assets. Go ahead and open up the Epic Games launcher and head over to the marketplace. You want to search for construction, and you want to filter this by free. And so we should have a couple of different assets here, but you want to look for the construction site volume 1.
Well, let's see if we have the same issue with that as we did with the others. If we go to the fab. Oh shit, hold on. Let me look it up. Construction. Need to pull up Unreal. Price. Free. Construction site volume 1. That must be it. That has to be it.
So if you select on this, this is the construction site.
Download. Accept. I really hate save all. File. Asset. Seriously, I don't like the way it does this to me. I just want to download it. Prop1. Add to project. Prop1. Add to project. Never mind, I guess it's not as bad as I was complaining about. Epic Games launcher Unreal Engine will. I don't know why they switched to the Fab system. Whatever. They moved everything to Fab, but I still have to use the Unreal Engine to be able to import the stuff. It's so confusing sometimes. Okay, so I should have it. So let me save all, close the game. And then I'll relaunch Unreal. Okay, Prop1 open. I gotta sit and wait for it to do it again. New plugins available. Cool. So if I go to content, have on my content drawer, Construction Volume 1. So we are set. Okay.
Volume 1, supply and material props. So these are just a bunch of different construction prop assets. So we're going to be using this for our prop hunt game as different props that the prop character can actually morph into and change into. So once you go ahead and check this out and add it to your library, you can go ahead and click this Add to Project. You can click Show All Projects, search for your prop hunt game tutorial, and select it and click Add a Project. So that will go ahead and download it and add it to our project. Now we can go ahead, and what you'll notice is we should have the new construction _ volume 1 folder in our content folder, which has a meshes folder, and it contains all the different meshes or different props. So for our prop character, if you head back to the blueprint, what we're going to add in here is a static mesh component for our character's mesh. So over in the components, we're going to add a new static mesh component. So select static mesh, and we're going to right click and rename this component to our prop mesh. Now with our prop mesh selected, in the details, we want to set the static mesh to one of the meshes that we have. So if we hit this drop down, we want to search for a SM_construction. We should have one of these construction cones. So we have construction pylon _01E, or this little yellow cone. So this will be the default prop hunt character mesh. We'll just compile and save that. Now, to actually test this character out, what we can do is...
Did he manually put it on the floor? Fuck.
So we have construction pylon _01E, or this little yellow cone. So this will be the default prop hunt character mesh. We'll just compile and save that. Now, to actually test this character out, what we can do is in our third person map, if I hit play, currently we're playing as the prop hunter or the soldier. I want to change this character and swap it out with the prop character, just so we can test things out.
APB VLC edition.
So the way that we can swap and use this character instead of the other character that we have is by changing it in the game mode. So to access the game mode, you want to go to Window and you want to go to our world settings. So select the world settings. That will pop open this world settings window. And usually I have this window docked here, down here by the details. And you can place it anywhere, but just snap it down here by the details panel. In the world settings, each map has a game mode assigned.
DevSlopes helps you earn income while learning how to code by helping you acquire paid freelance work under mentors who have
down here. And if what you'll notice is we currently have the third person game mode assigned right here. If you expand the selected game mode, you can see that we have the default pawn class, which is our third person character blueprint. So to change our blueprint or our pawn class, you can just click this drop down and change it to our BP_prop hunt character. And now we should be able to play as the prop hunt character. So if we just save that and hit play, you now see that with this orange construction cone, you can move around and jump around.
So dumb.
And I actually want to modify the camera position. We still have the
I can't jump.
old camera settings from our other character. But as you can see, we're playing as the prop hunt character. So let's go ahead and modify the character blueprint or the camera positioning. So if we head back to our BP prop character, let's select our camera boom. And we're going to go ahead and reset the socket offset. And also for our location, we'll reset the X and Y and set the Z to 32. We'll just move it down a little bit and compile and save that. And now we should have camera centered up on the prop itself. So we have the basic setup for our prop character. We have some movement. We can jump around. and we have the camera movement set up. What we want to set up are some of the different props abilities, such as the ability to morph to another prop, and also the ability to spawn fake props. So if we head over to the event graph, we will already have the movement input set up. So we'll need to add the inputs for morphing into other props and also the other inputs that we'll need. So if we're changing props or if we're morphing into other props, we'll need to add the new input action for that. So let's go to our content drawer and go to our core inputs, actions, and right click and create a new input action, and name this to input action underscore change prop. And for this input action, we only want to get this called when we press the key. So we're going to modify this input action. So double click and open this up.
Hold on. I can't see when we. Okay.
The key. So we're going to modify this input action. So double click and open this up. And under the action, we have this triggers. So we can add a element for triggers. And you want to add a triggered for when we press it down. We're going to select the press. So this will ensure that this input action will only be triggered if we press whatever key we assign it to. So save that, close out of that. And now we just need to bind this or create a binding for this input action. So let's go to our IMC default, our input mapping context. So double click, open that up, and we'll add a new mapping and click the drop down and assign it to our IA underscore change prop input action and expand this. And we're going to assign this by clicking the none and search for the E key. Just type in E, and we want to add a binding to the E key. So basically when I press the E key on my keyboard, it will call this input action change prop. Now you can set it to another key, but this is just the key that works best for me, or is usually the interact key in most video games. So that is what it's bound to. We can go ahead and save that.
Not APB.
Now we have actual binding for that input action.
Did you know you can use AI to create voiceover audio? Natural
Yes.
Reader.
Yes, I do.
AI voice generator is the...
Let's head back to our BP prop character, and we can right click on the graph and search for our input action underscore change prop. So we have our enhanced action events, our input action change prop. We can add that enhanced input action. So now we have our triggered event. So basically when we press the E key, this triggered will get fired off. So now we need to add our logic for when we actually want to change or shapeshift to a different prop. So over here on the right, we're going to right click and add custom event. And we're going to rename this to change prop on server. So this will happen on the server. So to do so, we want to select this event. And change this to a run on server and compile save. And we're going to basically call this off of our triggered. So we'll call our change prop on server. And then for this event, what we want to do is we're going to do a simple trace. So we're going to check and see if there's an object nearby the character that we can morph into. Essentially, we're going to do sort of a sphere trace to check and see if there's an object in front of the character or a prop that we can copy and change our character into. So we're going to use the sphere trace by channel node. So off of here, we're going to call the sphere trace by channel. So we have the sphere trace by channel node. So select that. Just like a line trace, it's going to ask us to specify a start and end location. And so we're just going to get the location of this character. So just right click and search for get actor location. So we can get the actor location of our prop on character. And we're going to add a little bit of offset to this value. because we want the trace to be above the ground. We don't want to do the trace on the ground. Otherwise, that's just going to copy the ground mesh. So off of this return value, we'll just do a simple add operator. So operator add. And we're just going to add the Z value, give this a value of 10. So that will just offset our trace by 10 units, so it won't copy the ground. So hook this up for the start and end location.
Sorry, one second. I'm kind of explaining for stupid future me to be like, oh man, how would I do this? And then okay.
Then for our radius, we'll do a radius of 100. And just to showcase this, we can set a duration, a draw debug type for duration. So compile and save that. And now we should actually be able to see this in action.
1 second though.
So if I hit play and press E, you can see that we're doing this sphere trace. And if I run up to an object, it will turn green if we actually hit something.
Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? Why does it go in that direction? This doesn't do that.
And press, and now we should actually be able to see this.
I see. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
In action. So if I hit play and press E, you can see that we're doing this sphere trace. And if I run up to an object, it will turn green if we actually hit something. So if I hit this mesh right here, it'll turn green. But if I don't hit anything, it will turn red. So this is exactly what we need, because if we see an object that we want to transform into, say this blue cube, if I press E, that will go ahead and do a trace. And if it hits something like this blue cube, we'll go ahead and transform into that object that we hit. Let's go back to our blueprint, and off of our sphere trace by channel, we have the return value if we actually hit something. So we can drag off here into a branch. So if we do hit something, then we want to go ahead and transform into that. So off of our out hit, we can rake the hit result and get some basic information about the object that we hit. So if you expand that, we can get the hit actor, and this will return the actor that we hit.
Bruh. Oh, what? How did I immediately not?
Out hit, we can rake the hit result that. So off of our out hit, we can.
Oh my god! I grabbed the. So annoying. So annoying.
Can rake the hit result and get some basic information about the object that we hit. So if you expand that, we can get the hit actor, and this will return the actor that we hit. And what we want to do is we want to get the static mesh component from that actor. So off of this hit actor, we want to do a cast to static mesh actor. So we're going to cast to the static mesh actor, hook that up for the true. And if we do hit a static mesh actor, we want to get the static mesh from that actor. So the way that we'll do that is we're first going to get the static mesh component, get static mesh component, and then from that component, we can get the actual static mesh. So drag up there and then get static mesh. That will return the static mesh. So now that we have that mesh, we can go ahead and set our characters mesh to that mesh. So in order to do that, we need to create another event that will happen as a multicast so that everyone can see this change happening.
Okay, hold up. Let me do my little tutorial stuff.
And so what we'll do is we'll right click and add custom event and rename this to update mesh multicast. We want to set this to a multicast. And we also want to pass the mesh that we are changing to. So we'll need to add an input and change this to a static mesh. Static mesh object reference. So you want to change that to a static mesh object reference and rename this to new mesh. We'll compile and save. And now we can call that event. So up here off of the execution, we can call the update mesh multicast event. And for the static mesh, we can just plug that into the new mesh. So now that this event is being called, we can set our prop mesh to the new mesh. So get our prop mesh component and call the set static mesh node and hook up the execution, and now hook up for the new mesh like so. So compile and save that. Now we should be able to test this out in action, but
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players, pursuing lives of adventure.
But first, we'll need to add some props in the level, but and save that. Now we should be able to test this out in action, but first we'll need to add some props in the level. So let's go to our construction volume 1, meshes, and we'll just drag in a couple of different props like this.
Okay, I messed up somewhere. And
for the static mesh, we can just plug that into the new mesh, a cast event. And for the static mesh, we can just plug that into the new mesh. So now that this event is being called, we can set our prop mesh to the new mesh. So get our prop mesh component and call the set static mesh node and hook up the execution, and now hook up for the new mesh like so. So compile and save that.
Okay. So for some reason, having a small issue. When I compile, I was going to have an error. I'm going to find a pin for the parameter new mesh of update mesh multicast. You set it up to the set static mesh, so I don't understand where I fucked up. Looks exactly like. Am I making a new APB? I guess kind of. Not right now though. I'm making a prop hunt game. But it's multiplayer, so I'm learning.
A prop mesh component and call the set static mesh node and hook up the execution, and now hook up for the new mesh.
I don't understand that. That's 100% what he set up. So it must be. Component?
New mesh like so. So compile and save that. Now we should be able to test this out.
Let me look and see. Goes there, true. The condition goes down. Static mesh component. Static mesh to update mesh multicast. This value out Okay, it's right here. New mesh. But here it says static mesh. This says new mesh. Where did I fuck up? How did I fuck that up? Okay, so I need to see how he made this.
Like so. And for this, we can call the update mesh multicast event. And for this,
that comes with new mesh. Okay. Why? How? That's dumb. That's actually dumb. I didn't even... The only thing I did was delete it and bring it back, and somehow, for some reason, it fixed the issue.
The static mesh, we can just plug that into the new mesh. So now that this event is being called, we can set our prop mesh to the new mesh. So get our prop mesh component and call the set static mesh node and hook up the execution, and now hook up for the new mesh like so. We'll compile and save that. Now we should be able to test this out in action, but first we'll need to add some props in the level. So let's go to our construction volume 1, meshes, and we'll just drag in a couple of different props like this construction cone. You can also drag in this crate and also maybe something like this barrel and maybe this cinder block. So hit play. And now if I run up to this object and press E, you can see we're now changing to this prop. You press E on this one. You can see that now we're this cone, press E, and now we're this crate. You can also press E on the cinder block, and now we're this tiny little cinder block. So basically...
Okay. Well, let's see if I did it, huh? Okay, that's better setup than that one. Oh my god, I've actually got prop hunt working. That's so dumb. That's so dumb.
Whatever we hit and do our trace to is whatever object will transform into. Now we have a very simple morphing logic. So basically our prop can morph or change into any other prop that's in the level.
Now we're going to start spawning props.
The next logic that we want to set up for our prop character is we want to give the prop character the ability to spawn in a copy of itself. So basically, if I change into this crate, I want to be able to spawn multiple crates to sort of throw off the player and make them think that I'm any of the other different types of props. So I want to give the prop that ability. So to do that, we're going to first add an input for that to spawn a prop. So let's go to our core input actions and add a new input action. So right click and add a new input action. and we'll rename this to IA underscore spawn prop, and double click open that up. And same thing inside of this input action spawn prop is we're going to add a new trigger. So add a new trigger.
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online.
And we're going to change this to a pressed. So if we press this key, this input action will be triggered. So save that and close out of there. And now we just need to bind it or create a binding key for that input action. So go to your input, open up the
Final Fantasy 14 stream. When? I've never played it. I've never played Final Fantasy 14. He's going to the
input mapping context, and we'll add that new mapping for our input action underscore spawn prop. Expand this, and we're going to add a key binding for our X key. So under this none, search for X, and we're going to use the keyboard X. Save that. And
okay.
And now let's head back over to our prop character. Now really quickly, I'm going to add a comment for our change prop logic. So if you drag and select all this, you can press C. Now we'll go ahead and add a comment. And we'll name this to change prop.
Let me line everything up. Okay. Okay.
I'm going to click this show bubble when zoom. That way we can see what this is named to. And this will just keep our code nice and organized. So compile it and save. But now we should be able to add the other input action for our spawn prop. So right click down here on the graph and search for our IA underscore spawn prop. We can add our input action spawn prop. So same thing like what we've done over here is we need to add an event that will run on the server. We're going to right click and add custom event. This will be called spawn prop on server. We want to change this from not replicated to a run on server. Compile and save that. And off of our triggered, we'll call our spawn prop on server event. So next up, for our spawn prop on server, what we want to do is we want to spawn a blueprint that will be a copy of this prop. So we're actually going to create a new blueprint actor that will serve as the prop that we spawn. So we need to go to our core folder, blueprints, and in here we're going to right click and create a new blueprint. So if you never created a blueprint before, basically you just right click and you have a basic asset and create this blueprint class. So we'll select that and you want to choose this actor. So this will just be a simple actor that we're going to spawn. Select the actor and rename this to our BP underscore spawned prop. This will be our spawned prop actor. Now inside of this actor, just double click, open this up. We're going to have a couple of settings that we want to change. The first setting that we want to change is you want to go to the class defaults. So click on this class defaults. We want to uncheck start with tick enabled. We're not going to use the event tick. And then we want to make sure that you check replicates. Very important that you do this. Otherwise, you're going to have some issues in multiplayer if you do not replicate this actor. So very important that you hit this checkbox to true. Now the last thing that we'll do in here is we're going to add a component. So under the components, we're going to add a new static mesh component and just rename this to prop mesh. So compile and save that. And now that should be all that we need set up. So we can close out of there. Now that we've created that blueprint class, we can go back to our prop character. And off of our spawn prop on server, we can call the node spawn actor from class. So we have the spawn actor from class node. So that will spawn an actor based on a blueprint class that we specify. So in our case, we can search for that BP_spawn prop, the spawn prop blueprint that we just created. Then for the transform, we want to get our prop mesh component and get world transform. We're just going to get the transformation, get world transform, and plug that in for the spawn transform. So compile and save that. Then lastly, we need to set the mesh of the spawn prop. So we're going to create a multicast event. That way, everything will be shown to all the players that are connected to the server. So we're going to right click and add custom event.
Okay. So hold on. There's a lot going. Specifically. Okay. Basically, that's what I did. I'll show you. I just kind of set this up, right? In order to spawn a prop, we needed to create a blueprint for the purpose of being able to replicate status meshes. Pulled our prop mesh to get our world transform. Hopefully I'm not farted. And I don't understand what I'm talking about.
And name this to a multicast set mesh.
Oh, fuck.
I want to change this from not replicated to multicast. And we'll also need two inputs. We need a reference to the blueprint, and then we also need the mesh of the prop so that we can change it. So on this multicast event, we can add two inputs. And the first one will be a reference to the blueprint class. So we're going to change the first one to our BP_spawn prop. And we want to change this to a spawn prop object reference. The first one will be called reference. And the second one will be a static mesh object reference. So make sure that this is set to a static mesh object reference. And we'll rename this to new mesh.
Don't do it! You can still earn income while learning how to code! Janitor! There's no
So reference. And we'll rename this to new mesh. So compile and save. Then over here, we can call that multicast set mesh. And so for the reference, we can plug in the return value like so. And for the new mesh, we can get that from our prop mesh. So we'll get our prop mesh component and get static mesh. Get the static mesh of that and pass that to the new mesh.
Shit, I don't think I was following.
Get the static mesh of that. And pass that to the new mesh. We're getting the mesh of our character, and then we're passing it over to our multicast event. And over here, all we need to do is, off of this reference, set static mesh of our prop mesh component. So that is in the spawn prop blueprint. And then for the new mesh, just plug in the new mesh like so. Blueprint. And then for the new mesh, just plug in the new mesh.
Oh. Okay.
Mesh like so. Now we should have our basic spawn prop logic set up. So we can actually add a
Blueprint. Need to do comments here. Check. Inputs. Okay. All I did, once again to remind myself when I come back here, make sure to check the inputs made for the multicast set mesh. The reference is B. Okay. Both are object references. Okay.
comment for all of this. This will be our spawn fake prop logic, show bubble when zoomed. So all we're doing is when we press this input action spawn prop, which is the X, we're going to spawn this actor, this blueprint actor, and we're going to get the mesh of our character, current mesh, and set the spawn prop to that mesh. We'll compile and save, and now let's hit play. So if I press X, you can see that it spawns that prop. If I press E to copy this barrel and press X, you can see that it spawns it like so.
Okay, let me see if I didn't fuck this up. So I'll put all my decoys over here. X. 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 I immediately fuck up.
The spawn prop to that mesh of our character is spawn prop, which is the X. We're going to spawn this actor, this blueprint actor, and we're going to get the mesh of our character.
1 second.
Character, current mesh, and set the spawn prop to that mesh. We'll compile and save, and now let's hit.
Dude, there's no fuck, bro. Everything's lined up. my X key's not. On prop is X. So it must be my fuck up. Must be blueprint. Aids. Take a name. Set on the blue or class. Gotta be. Fuck, man. How did I literally manage to
We're going to spawn this actor, this blueprint actor, and we're going to get the mesh of our character, current mesh, and set the spawn prop to that mesh. We'll compile and save, and now let's hit play.
Let me check. BP. Static mesh is also. Correct. They're both supposed to be object reference. I'm pretty. That's the only place I think I fucked up.
So, static, and over here, all we need to do is off of this reference, set static mesh of our prop mesh component. So that is in the spawn prop.
Dude, I hate this. Dude, I hate this so much. You wanna know what I fucked up? You wanna know what I fucked up? I found it. I found it. Tell me what's missing. Tell me what I didn't do. You fucking fucking hate this. Oh my god, it worked. Okay. It works.
Blueprint. And then for the new mesh, just plug in the new mesh like so. Now we should have our basic spawn prop logic set up. So we can actually add a comment for all of this. So be our spawn fake prop logic, show bubble when zoomed. So all we're doing is when we press this input action spawn prop, which is the X, we're going to spawn this actor, this blueprint actor, And we're going to get the mesh of our character, current mesh, and set the spawn prop to that mesh. We'll compile and save, and now let's hit play. So if I press X, you can see that it spawns that prop. If I press E to copy this barrel and press X, you can see that it spawns it like so. So I can press E, press X, we'll go ahead and spawn it. So wherever I'm located, it will go ahead and spawn that prop like this. Now, if you do not like the way that it automatically merges the character, so we can actually turn the collision off. So if you don't like the way that it sort of moves the character around, we can turn the collision of the spawn prop. So I'm actually going to turn that off. So if you open up your BP spawn prop and select the prop mesh, the static mesh component, we can, in the details, set collision from block all dynamic to no collision. So compile and save that. And now if we go ahead and spawn.
Want to win up to $6,000? Join our new trading competition.
A prop, you can see that we can not be blocked by the collision itself. And basically we can sort of hide in the props that we spawn and position them wherever we need to position them. So now we have our basic copy as well as our basic spawn prop logic for our prop character. So now that we've created the prop hunt character blueprint and the basic prop hunt character logic, the next thing that we'll need to set up is the game mode logic for our prop hunt game. So essentially the game mode is the class that will contain all the rules and logic for the game. So essentially when the game should start, if there's enough players to start the game, and who should be the prop character. So essentially the game mode will contain all that logic for starting the game, managing the game, and determining who is the winner or the loser of the game. We'll need to go ahead and create this game mode. So to create a game mode, you want to go to your core blueprints folder, and we're going to right click and create a new blueprint class. So you want to create a basic asset blueprint class, and you want to select the game mode base. So you can see the game mode base defines the game being played, its rules, scoring, and other facts of the game type. So we're going to select the game mode base, and we're going to rename this to GM for game mode _ prop hunt game mode. This is our prop hunt game mode class. Now to open this game mode, let's double click and open this up. So once you open up the game mode, you close it and open it up again like this, you'll get this details only view. Okay, so this will only show you the basic details of the game mode. But if you want to open up the full blueprint editor, you can click open full blueprint editor like so. And that will open up the graph, the viewport, and all that stuff. Now, if you head over to the class defaults, over here on the right, we have the basic details about this game mode, things like the pawn class, the player controller, and much more. Now, what we want to do is we want to assign our default pawn class. So under the classes, we want to, under the default pawn class, change this from default to our third person character. So our third person character is that prop hunter or the soldier with the gun. So we'll set it to that, compile and save. And now we want to set our game mode. We want to set this as our default game mode. So if you remember in our world settings, we have a game mode. Currently we have the third person game mode, but we want to set it to our prop hunt game mode. So if we change this, we can hit this drop down and set this to our GM prop hunt game mode. And now you can see that it takes our third person character as the default pawn class, because that's what we set as the default pawn class in our game mode. So if I hit play, we should see we're now playing as the soldier or the prop hunter by default.
Sorry, I hit play. My bad, I was playing.
Which is what we want. So by default, the character will spawn in the game as the prop hunter. And now in the game mode, or in our blueprint, our game mode prop hunt, game mode class, we can actually start setting up the logic to determine who should be the prop character and who should be the prop hunter. So in here, we're going to delete these events on the graph and compile save. We don't need anything on the graph. We'll start off with a fresh start. But in here, we want to add an event when the player joins the server. So we have this event, and if we right click and search for it, it's called event on post login. So this is the event that gets called if a player joins the game. So we want to call this event on post login. So basically, if the player joins the game, it will give us a reference to the controller. The player controller is what controls the player character, and that's what we're going to use to keep track of the players that have joined the game. So we're actually going to save this. So if we take this value and promote this to a variable, we can rename this to players. We actually want to delete this variable, compile, save that, because we want to take this players variable and change this from a single variable to an array. So if we, over here on the variable type, change this from a single, we want to change this from a single to an array, because we want an array of player controllers, or basically a list or references to all the players who have joined the game. So now that we have this players array, we can actually get this on the graph, and we can add to it by using the add operator. We have array add, and we can add the new player that joins to our list of players array. So basically, we're kind of storing a reference to all the players that join.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of futures trading with
so that we can keep track of all the players. Then once a player joins, what we want to do is we want to check and see if our game is in progress. So we're going to add a new variable, name this to has game started, question mark, and change this to a Boolean. You want to change this from an array to a single variable. So we're going to get this Boolean on the graph and do a branch and hook up the execution. We want to check and see if the game has started. So if the game has started, we don't want to do anything because we don't want to ruin our current game in progress if a new player joins the game. But if the game has not started yet, then we want to go ahead and check and see if we have enough players to then start the game. So we're going to get our players array, get the players array and do a length, get the length, or get however many players are currently on the server. We want to check and see if this is greater than or equal to the number of 2 players. So do we have at least 2 players on the server? And then we can do a branch off of that check. I'll hook this up for the false. So basically, if the game has not started, we're going to check and see if we have at least 2 or more players. If we have at least 2 or more players, then we can go ahead and start the game. So we're going to go ahead and start a timer. So down here, I'm going to add custom events. This will be called start game timer. This will be a countdown timer to when we actually start the game. So compile and save, and off of our true, we can call that start game timer. So now that we'll call this event the start game timer, and we can add a set timer by event node. So the set timer event will count down however many seconds we want. So I'm going to give this 4 seconds. So basically, if 2 or more players join the game, after 4 seconds, we're going to start the game. You can give this more time. You could add it to a minute so that you give more time to other players who want to join the game or want to participate. But for testing purposes, I'll just set this to something low, like 4 seconds. Then off of the event, we want to add custom event and name this to choose prop character, because once the time is up, we're going to go ahead and start the game. And by doing so, we need to go ahead and select the prop character, who's going to be the prop character and who's going to be the hunters. So now let's go ahead and set up the choose prop character logic. So for this, we're going to get our players array. So we're going to get all the players that have joined the game. And we're basically going to get one of the random players and make them the prop character. So off of here, we're going to do a length, get the length, get however many players have joined the game, and we'll do a random integer in range. Now unhook them in by alt clicking right there. We want to hook up the length to the max. So however many players have joined the server is our maximum integer that we can pick, but our minimum will be 0. That should return a random integer within that range. Now we want to get the player from this random integer. So off of this players, we can do a get array get a copy. We want to get it at that random integer. And then whatever this value is a reference to the player that we've selected to be the prop character. So we can take this variable or this value and promote that to a variable and name this as the prop hunt player. So this is now the prop hunt player. Now, before we hook this up, what we also want to do is we want to set our game started to true, because now that we've started our game, we want to set this game started to true. That way we don't call this logic again. We don't select another prop character if another player joins the game later on. So we're just keeping this little check. Now hook up our execution. So what we're doing is we're picking a random character from our player controller list or player list, and we're setting them as the prop hunt player. Then we just want to do an extra check to make sure that this...
God damn. Okay, so I need to start taking notes. Comment. Okay. Back. This. That. Planes. Next. Hasn't. Okay. This that's when a player joins, it checks. Yep. This waits till of 2 players for the game countdown. Started. All available players. Sides is up. Okay, so here's how I have things organized. We have it. This is says when players join, it checks to see if the game has started. If it hasn't, then we move on to the next step. So of course, event post login, the player basically joins. It checks to see if the match has already started. If not, we then move on to here. This waits until we have a minimum of 2 players before the game countdown timer begins. Start game timer. Start game timer. Start timer. Down here, if the game hasn't started, this takes all available players and then randomly decides who is the prop hunt player. Okay. I needed to kind of do that because I was moving really.
Player is valid. So off of here, we want to do a is valid check. We just want to make sure that the player actually exists. They're still connected to the server. And then if so, we can spawn the prop hunt character and let this controller possess that character. Now, if this player is
Harry, I will train morning, noon, and night.
Has somehow left the game, or if this reference is not valid, we can go ahead and do a delay. Do a little delay of, say, 1 second before we go ahead and recall this event. So we can choose a different character to be the prop hunter. So we're going to call the choose prop character event right up here, so that we can go ahead and select a new character to be the prop hunt player. So now next up, we want to go ahead and spawn the prop character. So we want to do a spawn actor from class. And the class that we want to select is our BP underscore prop character blueprint. So select the prop hunt character blueprint class. And then for the transform, we're going to use a special location. So we're going to actually right click the transform and split the structure pin. That will give us the location, rotation, and scale. But in our case, we only want the location. So basically, we're going to define where should we spawn the prop hunt character on the map. So we're going to take the spawn transform location and promote that to a variable. And let's go ahead and right click and just rename this to our prop start location. So this will be wherever we want the prop to spawn on our map. So we can make this far away from the hunters. That way we can give the prop a head start to hide. So for example, we can have the prop start over here. So if I get the location of this cone right here, if I select that cone, and in the details, copy the location, we can take that location and go into our game mode, select the prop.
Okay, I spaced out for 2 seconds.
Location. And take that location and go into our game mode, select the prop start location and paste that, compile save, and now we're using this prop start location and paste that Compile, save, and now we're using this custom location in the game, wherever we specify. That way we can have it away from where the hunters will spawn. So we're using that location to spawn the prop hunt character. Next up, we need to take this character and let the player controller possess that character. Also, the character or this controller, technically they spawn in with our third-person character. So we need to go ahead and destroy that character as well. Because they spawn in as a hunter, all of the players spawn in as hunters because that's the default pawn. So that means that that player we need to destroy.
Is your job boring and tedious? Or maybe you love your job, but you love gaming even more? We have created a system.
Their character reference because they're going to be playing as a prop instead. So the way that we'll do that is we're going to get the prop hunt player controller reference. Get that on the graph. And we want to get the controlled pawn. So get the controlled pawn or the pawn that this controller is controlling. And we want to destroy it. So just call destroy actor. So that will go ahead and destroy the character that they were using. And then after this, we'll give it a delay of say 0.2 seconds. And then we want to go ahead and possess this character. So off of our prop hunt player, we can call the possess node. And so the target is the prop hunt player. The in pawn, or the pawn that we want to possess, is this prop character blueprint. Plug that in for the in pawn.
Okay, what did he do?
It is the prop possess node. And so the target is the prop hunt player. The in pawn, or the pawn that we want to possess, is this prop character blueprint. Plug that in for the in pawn. And now we should be able to see this logic happen. So essentially, to recap, what we're doing is when players join the game, will be saved to this player array. If the game has not started yet, we're going to go ahead and check and see, if there's enough players to join. So if we have at least 2 players, if so, we're going to go ahead and start a countdown timer, about 4 seconds. And after 4 seconds, we're going to go ahead and set the game has started to true. We're going to choose a random player from our list, and then we're going to check and see if they are valid, if they are still connected to the game. If so, we'll spawn in the prop hunt character blueprint. We'll destroy their current pawn that they have, and we'll possess this prop hunt character as their new pawn. So to test this out, we're going to need to play this as 2 players. So if you never tested multiplayer in Unreal Engine before, essentially what you want to do is you want to come up here to the play button. You want to click on these 3 dots because we want to play this as multiplayer. So I'm going to play this as new editor window. So if you select that, it will pop open this additional window. I'm going to change that to new editor window. And then I'm also down here, I'm going to change the number of players to 2. So we have 2 players. And then I'm going to change the net mode from standalone to listen server. So essentially, the number of players will determine how many players you want to have connected to the server. And the net mode itself will determine what net mode you're playing as. So standalone is single player. Listen server is sort of as a server and client. And then client is just as like a dedicated server. So there's different types of net modes. I'm not going to really go in depth any different types, but basically you can just follow along and set this as a listen server, 2 players, and play in new editor window. So now if we hit play, we should have 2 separate windows pop open.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. That's not going to run on this computer. Oh, hell no. Let's, Oh my god. Okay. So it's kind of working, but not really. And it crashes.
As two separate characters. We have character number 1 and character number 2 on the left. Now what you'll notice is it automatically saw that 2 players were connected to the server, and it made me the prop character. So if I go ahead and exit out of there, you're going to see that we have this warning message, not enough login credentials to launch all Pi instances, change editor settings. And this is just a warning message. This is actually not even relevant. We can just clear that. And we don't really need to worry about that. That's just a warning message. But if I hit play again, we can see this happen. So we're 2 players. Pretend that we both connected to the server. Now it's going to select a random player to be the prop, and the other player will be the prop hunter. As you can see, it selected client 1 over here on the left to be the prop. And now client, or the server over on the right, is the prop hunter. So over here on the left, the client 1 is the prop. So you can see I can run around, jump around. I can even press E to copy a prop and press X. Now we'll go ahead and spawn props, and you can see that everything is replicated. So all the other players that are connected to the server can see everything happening. And also on the server over here.
Okay, we're going to take a break. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep for a bit, then we'll finish this tomorrow. I don't know if I'll stream it or not, but I'm going to take a break. I am going to take a break. And my computer is not happy. Was not happy with that. Very not happy with that. Holy cow. Okay, but I think that's it for me. I think I'm done. Take a break, take a nap, don't come back and get this done. Woo! Holy cow. 2 FPS. I was playing that with like 2 FPS. That was bad. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess I'll see you later, zombie. Peace out. Peace, peace, peace.